Good morning. No microphone? Do you hear me? Yeah, it works. Wow. Good morning, everybody. Dear students, invited speakers, faculty and guests, we are delighted to welcome you to the 2025 edition of Lund Architecture Symposium, or LAS25. My name is Per-Johan Dahl. I'm an architect and I'm the head of department here. The Lund Architecture Symposium is an annual event organized by the Department of Architecture and the Built Environment. The purpose is to identify contemporary tendencies within architecture discourse and to make those tendencies available for faculty and students. Before we jumpstart this exciting day of discussions and lectures, I have some general information. First, I would like to thank our sponsors who make this event possible. Architect Sweden, Sveriges Arkitekter. Architect Sweden Scania, Sveriges Arkitekter Skåne. Fojab Architects, White, Krokenkärder, the City of Lund, and the City of Malmö. Thank you. I also like to extend my gratitude to our partners, Arctes, Form and Design Center, Spark, House Europe, and Architects Climate Action Network. And I certainly like to pay my gratitude to Henrik Almqvist, who has served as a coordinator, Helene Svenningsson, who manages the technicalities and the communication and all necessary administration, and Valentina Rapanu, who is assisting with the graphics and general help out. Thank you. Fire exits we have here, we have there, we have out here. And I'm also obliged to inform you that this event is being documented for archival and educational purposes. We offer photo and film-free zones in the exhibition hall. So, this year's LAS takes transformation as a concept of scrutiny to explore generative positions as an action points within architecture of today and tomorrow. Transformation has become an approach or a condition that affects all aspects of societal development. Drawing on the increasing consciousness about the necessity to think and do resourcefulness, transformation has evolved into a pervasive concept used both to advance new discourses but also to capitalize on previous ones. To exemplify the widespread impact of transformation in the contemporary, we may take the European Green Deal as a signifier. The European Green Deal is a policy initiative approved by the European Commission in 2020 with the overarching aim of making the European Union climate neutral in 2050. The deal ushers in the idea of a green transition as a top priority for Europe, which basically refers to the transformation of our economies towards climate neutrality. And the European Green Deal has tremendous impact in Europe on the drafting of policies and the distribution of funding. And it addresses all sectors of society and is increasingly focusing on interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary actions. So, when all disciplines and professional areas adopt transformation as a driving force for societal change, what specific knowledge does architecture contribute with? What history and culture can we use to delineate a space in the ever-expanding pool of stakeholders who claim expertise in transformation? What skills and attitudes do we need to enhance in order to mobilize and advance a wide array of transformational solutions across scales and contexts? Transformation has a long history in architecture, And I mean, one of the core principles in architecture has always been to respond to the changing requirements of its users and to the ever-shifting criteria of site conditions. If we just focus on the past 200 years, we may use Jean-Nicolas Louis Durand's famous drawing here from the first years of the 19th century to start thinking about transformation in architecture. Interested in the combinatory logic of compositional methods, he used his drawing to demonstrate the transformable capacity of the grid to take any form possible. Durand's drawing had a huge impact on the design discourse of the industrial period and into modernism. While certain directions in modernist architecture advanced aspects of transformation, other directions teamed up with modernist urbanism to advance the prime antithesis of transformation, namely the concept of tabula rasa. When we render a clean slate like this, we may be able to produce superior, fantastic interventions, but we can't really instigate a process by which a form or a program is converted into another one of similar value. During the postmodern period, Peter Eisenman pioneered new directions in transformation. Using a series of 11 houses, he, and now I'm quoting later Robin Evans, transformed the single alteration of a cube, ending up with something more complex and diverse, end of quote. Eisenman worked on his houses for more than a decade. And with his house series, he didn't only transform Durand's grid into new spatial configurations. His prolonged project also underscores that time encompasses a core dimension in transformation. Eisenman's discourse had a strong impact on the formation of the digital turn, which was utterly influential in taking transformation in architecture across the millennium shift and into the 21st century. With the use of algorithmically controlled design methods, architects such as Zaha Hadid here introduced new concepts and techniques to animate and morph the processes of architecture. There are multiple discourses evolving out of this period. We can't cover them here today. But I would like to just mention this here. What you see here is a kind of a rapid prototyping as a technique to quickly fabricate scale models for analysis and evaluation. This transformative approach to design and materialization introduced new capacities to assess aesthetic relationships between envelope and component, and to balance those relationships with building performance, economy, and construction. This rather quick fly-through of the recent history may help us to steer today's topic into architecture. As mentioned earlier, transformation has become more pervasive and complex, and we do need to discuss its impact for the design disciplines. So we are utterly proud here today to have 5 fabulous practices to help us think around transformation in architecture. We are also proud this year to have transformed the LAS format to include 3 side events to LAS that in various ways have bearing on the topic. The demolition drama engages in a critical discussion about the demolition of buildings. The event will focus on actions to prevent demolition and promote renovation. And it will also discuss about the architect's role in EU and in Sweden. The event will unfold at Fullskalelabbet in here, 16:45, right? Immediately after the student bar has opened here, after LAS. So stay tuned and join us for discussions in the Fullskalelabbet after LAS today. The BBR of possibilities is an installation that opens also today at the Fullskalelabbet which takes the new building code here in Sweden as an object of study to pursue a critical inquiry into the laws and regulations that determine what to get built. The installation will frame a moderated discussion on a Thursday this week, the day after tomorrow, which will bring together voices from academia, government agencies, and the industry. And then finally, Spark, Seasonal Spontaneousness, is an exhibition that opened Friday last week at the architecture gallery Spark in Malmö. And the exhibition showcases experimental work by studio Susanne Brorson. Founder Susanne Brorson is here today, one of the speakers. And if you missed the opening last week, you have still had the chance to visit the exhibition. But before we focus on the side events, we have a full day of talks and discussions ahead of us. This symposium has been structured through one morning session and one afternoon session. While the morning session will circulate around the scale of the building, the afternoon session will bridge the scale of interiors with the urban scale. The morning's discussion will be moderated by head of a school, Jesper Magnusson, here. And the afternoon session will be moderated by senior lecturer in landscape architecture, Dahl. We will not have time for questions after each lecture, but we invite all participants to join the conversation by asking questions during the moderated session. So I encourage your students to write down and save your questions for the moderated discussion. So by that, I'm giving the word to Jesper and wish you a fantastic and inspiring day here.
Okay, yep, I'm having sound. My name is Jesper Magnusson. I'm head of school, and my duty today is to moderate this first session before lunch. And our first speaker is Ricardo Flores, and I will say a few words about him. Ricardo Flores is an architect from the University of Buenos Aires, Master in Urban Design and Doctor of Architecture for the School of Architecture in Barcelona. After a long collaboration with Enrique Miralles, in 1998 he established Flores and Prats Architects together with Eva Prats in Barcelona, an office dedicated to the confrontation of theory and academic practice with design and construction activity. The practice has worked throughout Europe on projects of adaptive reuse, social housing, and urban public spaces with neighbors' participation. Flores and Prats obtained, among others, the Grand Award in Architecture at the Royal Academy of Arts, the City of Barcelona Award, the City of Palma Award, and was invited to the last 4 editions of the La Biennale di Venezia. Besides his professional practice, Ricardo is Associated Professor of Design Studio at ETSA in Barcelona and has been guest professor, conducted workshops and lectures at several universities in the Americas, Europe, and Australia. So I please welcome Ricardo Flores to the stage, and I will take away some chairs here. So thank you.
Yes, thanks. Good morning. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jesper, Per-Johan, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. I'm very glad to be here again in this school. We've been here with Eva sometime, kind of 1 year ago, for a small workshop with Maria Rasmussen in her studio. I'm very glad to participate in this symposium focused in transformation in the school, because as we always comment and discuss, we are more and more aware of the urgency of bringing this subject to the schools. Eva and myself, we didn't have any teaching on transformation or renovation when we started 30 years ago. So our practice or our experience in reuse is by design and building. We had been lucky to be with Enric Miralles, where he started with his works very early, and then we continued on in Barcelona and abroad. But then more and more, I think it's important to bring these discussions and debates in the school so that the new generations are aware, because it's the work that they will have to face in the future, in the next years to come. And last Biennale, as you might know, the Venice Biennale 2023, the subject that the curator Leslie Loco took to invite the architects and the offices was how would we be able to reduce the CO2 footprint in the future years in building, and then we immediately thought in our work in reuse, bringing that subject to the Biennale, but bringing it in the forms that also we, in a way, we as a discussion, as we work in our office, as we thought, let's bring the laboratory condition than the office is, a place where things are, being discussed and argued and on the tables, on the walls, on the models, and this all the material that surrounds you as an inspiration. And then bring this kind of workshop condition or process condition of the studio to the Biennale to share with others, to open discussions, open questions more than giving answers. So the documents that you produce in the office, which serve you in a way to make visible your concerns, your preoccupations on the things are around you, and they are reminding you the subjects that worry you, and also the ways you archive the material when projects are finished or are complete, but they are around you and they are in this luggages that help you to move them around and open them and follow the process or the way they've been developed through time. All these documents, they are documents because they contain your ideas or your preoccupations on something on a certain moment in time. So it's important that they are still around you. And in that sense, we thought that everything that was in the office, every model and drawing and books and photos and inspirational material that we have produced with the time could be at the same time, everything at the same time in the Biennale. If you remember the space of the Biennale, the Corderia, is a very, very high space. It's until the mezzanine only, you have 7 meters of height. So it's tremendously high. And then one of the concerns that you have when you have to design your installation there is how you're going to, get that space or be in scale with that space, which is is really overwhelming. So we thought, okay, the tables, the Biennale was offering us tables, but tables are very low, of course, and then how are you going to reach the 7 meters? So we thought, let's build all the section from 0 to 7 meters, filling up with materials, as we have in the office, a bit scaled up, but you have, tables and models on legs and images around you, and some things on the cornices that could be, maybe hanging from the balconies or standing on legs. We will see how we do that, but in a way, we were interested in filling in all the section from the floor to so that the atmosphere of the studio, every concern or all the preoccupations that are into your head are there. And when people was walking through that part of the Corderia, was like entering into your studio. But in the process, in the questions, in the doubts, in the crisis that the studio has, not hiding them, but putting them to discussions for others, sharing your preoccupations, which is the interesting thing when you go to an exhibition, not saying this should be like that, like that, like that, but saying, through the years of working in adaptive reuse, we have had a few themes that have passed in the different projects. that we gave some name in a way how to identify, but there are more of them. But should we talk about them? What do you think about drawing with time, the value of use, the right to inherit, the open condition of the ruin, and so on. So what we did is bring all the things that we had in our office and organize. Also, what we were interested in that moment also was to bring films, to activate models through film. We work quite a lot in stop motion, mainly. The films that we do are animations, because they animate the models that we work with. We started, one of the beginnings of that was when we finished one of our projects, the Sala Beckett Drama Center in Barcelona. And then we built this little pop-up, which is an A3 pop-up that opens up, and then the Sala Beckett scene appears there. And then we did this as a gift for the director of Sala Beckett, who was so important in the whole process, guiding us and accompanying us with all the conversations and the discussions on how they wanted to work and how they wanted to be in that space, etc., who helped us to draw. So we gave this the opening day of the building, and it was very moving, etc. But then after a while, we thought, okay, let's this pop-up, which represents the, this simultaneous condition of things happening at the same time in the building, many things like classes and creation and representation of theater, all what happens in that building at the same time. How can we make it more active? How can these actions be active in that element? So we did a little film who was projected into this pop-up and made the pop-up alive in a way, made it moving, made it activated more. So we said maybe we have to bring that to the Biennale as well. But when you think in the space of the Biennale, this A3 thing becomes a huge element that becomes 3 meters of width, and then instead of a little camera, you have a big projector, and the depth is different, etc. You have other things, but we thought it was important to show Sala Beckett with a fragmented model over there, but at the same time, what does it mean in terms of addition of the periods of the workers that were there before, the theater people which is there now, and all the addition of experiences that are simultaneously in the building. So there it was, everything at once. The columns of the big pillars, beautiful pillars of the Corderia were like magnets that had everything around. They helped us a lot to organize things around. So they had the themes like the different subjects that we decided to bring there, connected with these pillars through tables. So we call the exhibition Emotional Heritage, because we wanted, especially in particular, to raise the subject in reuse, to talk about the invisible, the intangible condition of the buildings you have to reuse, or when you have to reuse something, not just the visible, the architecture, the physical condition of the buildings, but everything what is floating there and you don't see, but you can smell, you can feel, and that is what makes the place special and unique when you enter. When you enter to these spaces abandoned for a while, there's something there that floats in the air that makes you move, because you enter to other people's world. And then how can we keep that atmosphere, this condition of the place, without making that disappear, clean it too much, erase too much, while doing the new program. So that was something that we were interested in talking mainly, not just transformation, but how we transform the buildings we have to work with. But as I said, the Biennale was for us like a laboratory. Everything was there, all the containers, the films, the models on legs, like in a way from past, all the inspirational material that you have. It was really like entering into someone else's head, to the creative world of someone which is worried with some subjects, and the material on the tables was all about process. The models were original models that we had on the tables, or on on the cupboards, or on somewhere in the office. Everything was there. Everything was unfinished open material for everyone to be able to enter, to participate in this open condition of the. So it was really getting into that space. You cross through. You were inside the space for a moment, and then so for dividing this space, as I said, we divided into these 4 or 5 subjects. The subjects. The first one was called Drawing with Time, which is this condition of when you have to work with something that have been there for many years and sometimes centuries and different generations. You start by drawing all the time, all the lives that the building have passed through. You don't draw the last one only and you immediately start to move on, but you start to accumulate and you draw past conditions of the place. And then you realize that in transformation, drawing is a collaboration with time, because you are really collaborating with past generations that were there before you, and you are really discussing conversation with someone who is not there anymore, but have been drawing something, and then this conversation with this past is what rises the future of the building, of the place. So to exemplify this subject, we took the Mills Museum in Palma de Mallorca, which is a very, very old building that had passed for many transformations and been occupied and squatted, etc. Before we won the competition to transform it in a little museum in Palma. So this building for us really was like a container of time. And then the exercise here was how to make the light come in very delicate, in a very delicate way, so that people can discover it, and discovering it follow the exhibition. So it's a project that works on making this museum possible. But then the way you make that possible is through looking on the existing condition of the holes and former doors, chimneys, etc., that are in the place before you arrive. What have happened with the history of the place. So that you see the videos were projected on the models that have produced the video itself. So the work here in the Mills Museum is about excavation, is about erosion, is excavating a very thick stone walls, reusing former windows or chimneys, etc., to make the light go through, and then make these chambers of light happen in between, in and out. In fact, the internal space is not transformed. The outside is full of sun and is very bright. So you're working in between, in the skin of the building, making from this very, very bright, full of sun space in the periphery of Palma, in a sailor's neighborhood, with these big mouths open to the sky, how you funnel them and you make them come in. You see the space is very wide because the houses are very low here. So you have a lot of sun. So the building is really like smashed against the floor. Everything plus the square we draw outside to welcome everyone, and also the neighbors. So the space outside is in between the neighbors, families, and the visitors, the tourists. Everything becomes like a landscape. In fact, it's very work like a surface work, very delicate. In every little relief you make has a lot of influence or a lot of impact. So, but you see, this is what we found in the archives. This is the building before we start working, much before we start working, with all these additions that have happened with time. You see the main mill is there, but all these houses were there. And it was a very fascinating situation, because sometimes you would come into the building, and from the inside the building you go out into a room, or courtyard, and through the courtyard to another room. So it was a very rich condition. It would have been fantastic for a museum. But when we entered the competition, all around the building was already decided to be demolished, and they demolished it, which is a very weird situation, because the municipality thinks that the only thing to be kept as a monument is the building, but in fact, the heritage is everything, all the building and plus the additions that have happened with time, not just what is supposed to be more value than others. So we found the building empty, disconnected to the water depot that we dedicated to tickets and toilets and that. So the building is only just for the exhibition. But this is a drawing that adds all the different doors and windows and that happen with the different occupations. That's why the project is located or concentrated in the perimeter of walls and windows, because it's taking advantage of everything that we find, the former chimneys that become exhibition spaces, or light that comes through the wall because the wall is so deep, you can make it travel down into the places that you like, and so on. So the really is like excavating and discovering a space that looks like being under a big mountain, being under earth, and you enter to an underground space, but in fact it's in the floor level. But because it's kept with this kind of penumbra, this kind of shade that that you control between these spaces that control between in and out, looks like you are entering to an underground space. The second subject is what we call the right to inherit, which is this right that each generation has to transform what they inherit from previous generations. As a generation that we are today, we inherit something, so we have the right to transform it. But this right also brings with it a responsibility, which is being critical with the design and how there are some limits, or how you have to respect some things of the existing that you cannot trespass. So this right and responsibility at the same time, that you have to take buildings and transform it. We exemplified, or we put here a project also in Palma, the Casal Balaguer, which is a cultural center that in a previous Baroque house in Palma that was abandoned after many generations that have occupied the house. So this project have been in our office for 18 years, since we won the competition, until we finished. In the meantime, sometimes it was stopped, on hold for maybe 1 or 2 years, then again, and stop and again, which is something that could happen many times in your office. So so you have all the cupboards of the studio containing the process and reminding you what was that about, and then again. So the build, if you make an X-ray of the house, the main actions on the building for us was how to organize in the ground floor a gallery, exhibition gallery to the left of the courtyard. Open again the courtyard, which was occupied with walls and shops, etc., in the ground floor level. Make this vertical shaft that you see to the left up above, which is a more efficient place because now it will become a public building. And then all around the dome that exists today, that existed when we arrived of the family, make it more active and make it work around it with spaces as an art center. So you see, the place where when we arrived, it was in a very degraded condition. There was leaking, and it was a lot of problems of stability of the building. So we had to work a lot on it. But one of the things that was very beautiful is to discover under this roof, the dome that was almost hidden, and there was no light there. Only this little lantern bringing light into the main staircase, but the rest of the dome was not having any action. So we thought, if we can work on top of the dome, raising the roof enough with a skylight to bring the light into the dome, but besides, before getting into the whole of the dome, getting light to the different rooms around, we can make the dome more active, we can make it work more. So all the rooms that are for painting, for drawing, etc., now have the dome there to guide and to illuminate. So becomes like a compass under this big roof. You find this kind of huge element appearing and disappearing when you walk around, and it guides you in your promenade under this huge roof. That because you're under the big terrace above, so and then sometimes you can come in. You find this door at the end of the library, and then you ask yourself, maybe I can go through, and then when you go in, you discover this space that was hidden, was not existing before. It's a chamber again in between the sky and the building. It's a space that doesn't exist, but you can walk inside. You walk in the light, and then you move like really like the air. You see the around the dome is there's like a cloud of air moving very slow, and then you have this condition that, you know, sometime at a certain point the light gets tired and falls down. Here in the meantime, you have other kind of light, which is like more like a shower, a very strong light. So you have the cloud that activates the roof, while the shower of rain activates the section, makes you walk up and down. So you have all these skylights created against the party wall to activate the new staircase, this more efficient vertical shaft that we put in this courtyard. That was the only place to put something without destroying the existing building. So we put the staircase and elevator in this former courtyard. But the staircase is very big, it's huge, no? Because it comes with all the connections to the different floors. It's really like a giant. So while the light is coming down, you are coming up in this staircase. So the concrete staircase and the light are fighting for in this space to get one and the other, who's winning who. And then when you arrive to the floor, you arrive to the courtyard, you find this beginning. You have the gallery to the left, and then you have this connection. You see here, you see the two lights, no? The one on top of the dome, and the one coming in between all these vertical elements that bring light to the different levels. This is how we found the courtyard in the ground floor. You see, full of walls and divisions, and then we had to reinforce those arches that were also with the stability problems. So making new pilots and etc. All deep foundations to get it again clean, that it was in the beginning. This was the 17th century was like that. So we recuperate this patio for the city. It is very important because it works really like an extension of the streets around. So you enter in, you go to the gallery maybe, or to the bar, or you go upstairs to the other galleries or to the art school. So this is this project we presented in this subject. Then there's another one which we call the open condition of the ruin, or the unfinished condition of the ruin, which is what we were talking at the beginning, how you, where you position yourself when you enter to these spaces that are, abandoned for many years, like the Brussels theater, the Varieté theater that we are transforming now into a cultural laboratory. And when you enter these spaces, this time suspended and still there, waiting for you to see how are you going to treat that ruin. Where in time of the evolution of the building are you going to sit to start moving on again? Where are you going to be digging until which moment in time are you going back to make your move on again? So this is very, very important. Where are you're sitting yourself in the history of the building? Because when you enter, what is fascinating is that you don't understand, or the ruin itself doesn't show different times. All the times are no hierarchical. All the times are at the same point. You see, it's like a palimpsest. Everything is there, accumulated, and is nothing. Nobody's telling I came first, I came second, etc. So why you would separate from history? So the challenge, in our opinion, is how you add to this accumulated sedimentation condition of the place without separating from the history that came to this point. So one of the things, the more special condition of this place here was the empty void that we find there. You see, it's a space in the old town of Brussels, really squeezed in two streets in a very, very strange plot, because it's really finding its way. This is a kind of backstage street. This is a more main street, let's call, with the main facade. You have the flight tower of the theater over there. You can see against the party walls. But it was really impressive because when you enter, you find this void there that is, it was already a treasure. So in the competition brief, they were asking for some programs like a big concert hall, a smaller place for theater and dance, and a place that what they call forum, a place where people could meet and gather without necessarily enter to any specific place to the paying tickets. So we thought, okay, if we are able to save that space, which is 17 meters of height, which is really something very unique in the old town where everything is so packed, we have already the forum there. So if we are able to fit the two big saals that they are asking for, and plus all the workshops and other programs without destroying this void, we have something already we can offer to the city again. So we decided to put the big saal, the big concert hall, as a roof and like the sky, if you want. The petite salle, the small hall, as a floor under some of the seats that were already there, saving that space that is like a bar, like a cafe that was already existing that goes until the street. So you have light from the street to inside, and make a hole in the flight tower, so the flight tower would become a skylight. So giving to this place the urban, public aura of an open space, of a public space. So in the section you can see how you can still have all the cache de scène, also all the spaces for the former performance spaces, light coming from the flight tower, and here we are cutting into the two performance spaces, but then otherwise you have this street that you can walk through and connect to this other street here. So the proposal is like a shortcut connecting the two streets, and in the meantime you find the cache de scène, you can be there, there might be some lectures there, or you go to the bar, which could be also some spontaneous or more informal music, or you can also have cinema open air in the roof, which here we are missing one of the terraces on top. But then besides going into one of the other salles, you can have all this free walking into the building, also walking in vertical, not just round, but walking up into the cafe, walking up into the big saal and to the roof without paying any ticket. So that public condition of the building is very important for us, because the building belongs to the memory of Brussels, is present in most of the citizens of Brussels. So what happens now is that there will be private activity, but there should be a lot of public, returning the building to the citizens, in our opinion. So you see in the axonometrics, how you have this rue intérieure, this shortcut that connects the two streets, Rue Malines and Rue Saint-Pierre, and but the drawing is showing this. You see, it's not showing the shows and the performances and nothing about that. We are interested in all these communitarian activities that will happen there for free. So this is the main facade. It's the only listed element of the building. This is something also quite weird, because the municipality lists a facade. And what about all the rest? I mean, what about all the loge, the dressing rooms, the cache de scène, everything that made that building possible? Everything is a whole thing, one thing. You cannot take out one element, eliminate the rest, and just do everything, whatever you want behind. I mean, the atmosphere of the place or the heritage is all, in our opinion, everything becomes the heritage, not just the most important, the less important. So you see this back facade, this backstage facade that could be demolished is much more fun than the previous one. See, this is the main one. This is what is called the second one. And for us, it's much more interesting because it's unfinished, it's open, it's much more irregular, it's much more adding different circumstances and accidents, etc. So we keep both things. And then the first drawings of the competitions, always show your concern. How is people going to cross through the two, and how maybe you are going to connect also to the theater, to main theater, Teatro Principal, which is the theater at the other side of the street, that perhaps they can have activities together. So you see how the flow of the people is really filling in and activating some of the elements, like the, you can see there the yellow, how that becomes one of the elements. So your drawing are already separating parts of the program or identifying parts of the program. So this will be where you will be sitting, having a drink, maybe listen some music there, or listen to some lecture in this side, in the cache de scène. So all these pieces of the model also help, sometimes all these documents help for different preoccupations. You have all the documents make visible your preoccupations in the office. So this model is showing how are you going to treat the surfaces, the so different kind of materials that are coming in together. So at certain point we did this drawing. We are making this project with an office in Belgium, in Brussels, called OS Architecture. So we did this competition together. We are doing it together. And so this communication in distance also makes you produce some documents, and when you are discussing yourself in your own office, sometimes you don't need to, because you discuss and there are some things that are already known, or there are some implicit situations. But when you have to verbalize that and discuss with others, even online or in presence, you need to sometimes produce something that states why you think things should be like that. And we were thinking, okay, if the facade, the modernistic facade has this kind of whitish color, can bring into the first part of the shortcut, the cache de scène, so the flight tower will have this brick condition around it, and then you have the seats and the new salle, which will be concrete. The three materials around, will be enough. It's a lot already. So let's try to concentrate with that. So you have the cache de scène, which is bringing in this kind of reddish color. So all the drawings are then investigating on top of the base of the AutoCAD. You always, it's constantly this kind of preoccupation that you have on how the finish is going to be, how is the end of the, the back of the space going to be. So in that sense, the transparent paper and hand drawing is constantly very, very useful. Is crucial to allow the thoughts be on top of the more strict base of the AutoCAD. And then you see there you start to have also questions on how the interior of the salle would be. Should it be black? Should it have a color that matches more the promenade that you come when you come in the building, which is more imperfect? Have other colors? Should we try other possibilities inside the big salle or the petite salle? So all this material is what you have around, and also what we wanted in a way to bring to the Biennale in the same way. The same happens with the big model that contains all the, the special installations, how you call the techniques special, all the tubes and pipes and etc. Because it's a big building with a lot of people going on. So we'll have a lot of technical issues, and for us that's very worries us a lot, because not just for the complexity, but also how you make them disappear in a way, because you don't want that people, when they walk in, they are constantly affected by the installation, that it becomes too technical. If today we enter and you feel moved by the place, how you keep that condition when you enter today? So the model is containing everything, all the pipes, all the things, trying to fit it in the in-between spaces, all the chambers that you produce, so that also for you engineer yourself to help you, and you help him to order the lines or order the elements so that they are not everywhere. And then you can see that they are hidden in between, or in spaces that they are not visible for the visitors, that they keep this this kind of charm, or this this situation of this kind of a moving condition, no? But you see the order that you have to make this happen, so that when people come in, you don't see them. Is a big work there. So these models are all around in the office, and in the same way they were in the Biennale, with the same. You see it there, and this is how they were around. So. I think I will leave it here today, and then we can follow in the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you a lot. So thank you, Ricardo Flores, for an amazing lecture. And we have the next speaker coming up, Susanne Brorson, Studio Susanne Brorson from Rügen. And I will say a few words about Susanne as well. Susanne Brorson, born in Stralsund, Germany, received her diploma in architecture from the Bauhaus University in Weimar in 2004, with studies at the University of the Arts Berlin and Politecnico in Milan also. After working in renowned architecture practices in Oslo, London, and Berlin, she founded her own award-winning firm, Studio Susanne Brorson, on the Baltic island of Rügen in Germany. The work of her practice is closely connected to her research on climatic and regenerative architecture in the Baltic Sea region. The Eco Village Rügen has received the German Design Award 2022 in the category Excellent Architecture Eco Design, and the BDA Prize 2024. Susanne has published and lectured internationally with guest professorships at Riseba, University of Riga, Hafen City University in Hamburg, and University degli Studi Roma Tre in Italy. Now professor in Architectural Design, Institute for Art and Architecture at the Academy of Fine Arts in Vienna. So that's a little introduction for you. So please have the stage.
You can hear me? Yes, okay. Thank you for the introduction, and of course thank you very much for the invitation to speak at the LAS25 Transformation in Architecture Symposium here in Lund. Seasonal Spontaneousness is the title of this lecture, but also the title of an exhibition that is currently being shown at Gallery Spark in Malmö, where some of the works that I will be speaking about can be viewed too. So before I dive into it, I thought I'd speak a little bit about where I'm coming from, professionally, but of course also personally. So with my office, I'm based on an island in the Baltic Sea, Rügen, which is in fact not far from here at all, and which is also where I grew up. So I returned to the island some years ago after spending many years abroad. And from a German perspective, the island of Rügen is always looked at as being the official end of the world. The island of Rügen is, among other things, famous because the painter Caspar David Friedrich was very much in love with it 250 years ago. He spent a lot of time on the island, and this particular painting here, The Monk by the Sea, is regarded as the beginning of modern painting by many experts. Out of all places, it was created there on the island of Rügen, in this remote and stormy corner of the world. One is almost pulled into this painting, particularly towards the horizon, which in fact cannot be made out really. Maybe it needed to be the end of the world, to imagine something further away and to be able to paint something that you cannot see. I was born in a country that does not exist any longer. The island of Rügen was part of East Germany, part of the Russian-controlled sector after the Second World War, until the wall came down in 1989. So standing on the beach and as a child, my horizon looked like this, with Sweden somewhere on the other side. The East German border was one of the most secured borders in the world, and it was advisable not to swim too far out. A research project at the university in Greifswald established that 5,600 people tried to escape East Germany across the Baltic Sea. And that's not very long ago, when altogether, or officially, 212 men, women and children were killed during the attempt to escape by simply swimming, surfing, or using self-built devices like this little submarine. Some parents left their children in the car by the beach and left without them because it would have been too dangerous. A high number of people was never seen again, and a large proportion, those who got caught, went to prison. Those East German refugees who made it to Denmark, Sweden, or northern West Germany, and who only had a bathing suit on them, reported of having received help and very humane treatment. Many years later, and funny enough, I got married to a Swede who grew up on that exact opposite coast. Since then, I have crossed this former border many times, but never without at least a brief moment of being reminded of other times. On September 25th, 2022, and this was pure coincidence, we sat on the ferry from Sweden to Rügen. Pretty much at the same time, a small sailboat started its journey in the opposite direction, sailing from Rügen towards the open Baltic, close to Bornholm, manned with 4 people, I think, who used 500 kilograms of TNT to blow up the Nord Stream pipeline that used to transport gas from Russia to Germany. 300,000 tons of gas escaped, and if we had used it to heat our houses, as we still do a lot in Germany, this would have released 669,000 tons of CO2. By now, we also know which damage to the natural environment this event has caused. At this point, I would also like to mention the 1,230 kilometer long pipeline made from solid steel with a thick outer concrete shell that should be part of this equation too. This photo shows the port of Sassnitz on the island of Rügen these days. It has a very, very large fish factory. It's the white multi-story building that you can see in this photo there in the middle. What is obviously a lot bigger is the LNG ship that is now anchoring there too. Liquid gas now arrives from the United States to Rügen. People who live in this bay complain about the brimming noise of diesel engines running non-stop. In the far back, you can see the famous white cliffs of Rügen that Caspar David Friedrich painted too, and that are now part of a national park. The island of Rügen, the LNG port of Sassnitz, the end of the world, it seems to be very interesting to Russian military planes lately that have been spotted a few times during the past year, flying close to the island with their transponders switched off. It gets rather noisy when the Eurofighter jets lift from their airbase in Rostock, flying low across the island of Rügen to escort the Russian planes out. Suddenly, the island of Rügen, the end of the world, has become the place where it's all happening. I took this photo in January this year in the port of Sassnitz. It shows a Russian oil ship held captive by German police boats. It belonged to the so-called Schattenflotte, which translates as shadow fleet, or maybe rather shady fleet, of rusty Russian oil ships cruising the Baltic, bypassing the export embargo on Russian oil and sailing towards India, for example. Most of these ships are very old and in extremely bad shape. No one really wants to imagine an oil spill in Baltic landscapes. But this is maybe a new dimension of warfare, the threat of environmental destruction. The island of Rügen, the end of the world, just like the rest of former East Germany, it has much lower household incomes compared to West Germany, even 35 years after the fall of the wall. But that would not be the only explanation for what is happening now. The horrifying results of the German elections 2 weeks ago show a deeply divided country, with Putin, Trump, and Elon Musk openly supporting the extreme right-wing AfD party, who have scored high in all of the federal states in the East. Cheap arguments for cheap energy, time to save the diesel, time to stop wind energy, and we can all imagine who would be benefiting from selling diesel or fracking gas to people who are afraid they will not be able to afford to buy a heat pump or PV panels or an electric car. At least the year 2025 will be a lot better. I'm referring to the guy with the dog. The current global crisis, the war in Ukraine, territorial questions have often and throughout history also largely been about resources. Oil and gas, building materials from fossil resources, we are here to talk about transformations in architecture. And it seems pretty clear that we have advanced from being confronted with a climate or environmental crisis to something much worse. We as architects have all the knowledge and tools to change something, and we urgently need to play our cards. I'm closing the first part of my presentation with a quote by Carlos Ghosn. To achieve anything, we have to invent relationships. I'm going back a little to somewhat more hopeful times and when I have started my journey through Baltic landscapes, 20 years ago and at Bauhaus University in Weimar. Even if it's a little bit unconventional to show a diploma project, I'd briefly start here. For my thesis, I chose a quarter on the northern harbour island in Stralsund, the city I was born in. From here, the famous Königslinie ferry line left for Sweden. This harbour island is man-made land lying in front of the UNESCO-listed old town of this Hanseatic city. During East German times, this harbour island was a military zone, fenced off. When the wall came down, the city was finally back at the sea with the open Baltic in front of it. Most of the buildings on the northern harbour island were in pretty bad shape after 40 years of lockdown. This particular quarter that I chose consisted of several completely different buildings. Large warehouses, some old workshops, sheds, garages, old hotels. As found, most of them were boarded up, windows bricked up, and some roofs collapsed. When I first got access to these buildings, I discovered that most of them were connected. A shipping company had gradually bought them up as it grew and had connected them through internal doors and openings. My discovery that it was possible to walk through all these doors and then through almost the whole quarter turned into my main concept, a continuous journey through Baltic landscapes. As part of my proposal, the quarter was repaired and it became a department store for Baltic goods, where one could travel through different buildings to different countries. After finishing my diploma, I went to work for a few years in London. It was the time when the topic of sustainability grew in importance, and many architects started to engage with the meaning of context. Also very much as a response to suddenly having to evaluate the quality of architecture through questionable, maybe, sustainable rating systems. It was in summer in 2005 that I visited my family on vacation from London, and then it suddenly stood in front of me. This old, pretty, worn-down, thatched house on the Baltic island of Rügen, and it was for sale. I was 25, and I had no money, obviously, but I managed to buy it somehow as no one wanted it. I suddenly realized what I really wanted to know, how to design around the Baltic. And this purchase was probably the first very serious case of seasonal spontaneousness. Before I felt I could start working on my new project, or let alone draw a line, I needed to know more. I wondered what would be truly sustainable, very ambitious. I was 25, and very soon started exploring traditional buildings and the vernacular architecture of the Baltic Sea region. I was intrigued by the inherent climate response to the seasonal climate of the Baltic and how the use of local materials supported that. In 2016, I registered my PhD with the Institute of Architecture in Berlin, at Technical University in Berlin, and the title has changed several times, of course, and has finally arrived at being Baltic Vernacular, a typological research as tool for climatic design. The research is essentially examining rural vernacular architecture with a focus on dwelling at the last development stage before industrialization, aimed at extracting climatic design strategies that might be relevant today. I started my research with a foundational analysis of national ethnographic research on vernacular architecture that has been carried out nationally in various countries around the Baltic. So I identified the most predominant typologies and synthesizing all of this research, but also somewhat challenging it and really focusing it on architectural response to the environment and local climate. I visited all the archives around the Baltic, Stockholm, Helsinki, Riga, Copenhagen, Tallinn, and many more, and these drawings are actually from here, the archive in Lund. Very beautiful drawings. These ones are very detailed and also have a north arrow, which was not the case for most of the documentation I found. There were hardly any complete sets of drawings or photographs or anything, just fragmented information, not enough to fully understand these buildings in context. So I understood that I needed to start traveling through Baltic landscapes, this time for real. My youngest daughter was with me a lot, who now goes by the name of Research Assistant A, and who was not always as enthusiastic about it as me. Through that, I established 32 case studies of vernacular rural buildings, piecing together all the information that I had on certain buildings, and the information obtained from fieldwork, traveling through Baltic landscapes, where I also got to speak to local homeowners, local farmhouse researchers, and people we met on our way. Islands started to emerge as especially interesting. Limited in size, there was also rather often only a limited or specific palette of materials available, going hand in hand with specific knowledge or craftsmanship. One very good example is the small island of Flores here in Sweden next to Gotland. You all know it. So their roofs are typically thatched with a special cutting grass, Arg, or Cladium mariscus, that grows on the island. It needs to be cut regularly, otherwise it overgrows the meadows where the sheep are grazing. So this material is used for roofing. In summer 2023, I had the opportunity to join the local home building union, if I'm translating this correctly, for the annual mowing of one of the island's meadows. So we started very early on this beautiful summer morning, and then everyone stood in a line and forked away the grass that was cut on probably 4 to 5 square kilometers. And typically a thatching event is following the next day, where everyone helps to thatch the roof of one of the islanders. Simultaneously, it's a big party with music and food. And there's a super beautiful book that was recently published. I very much recommend it. Drawing, or the repeated redrawing of these 32 case studies by simultaneously analyzing photographs or information on context and climate, made me understood how these buildings were embedded in the landscape. I started to imagine how people lived in these buildings throughout the year and throughout the seasons. These buildings are all variants of the predominant typologies identified, but all individual, of course, and I could have added endless buildings, revealing a high degree of typological flexibility. Drawing together all the information and by adding information on context makes these case studies not only comparable, but also three-dimensional. Several simulations were also carried out on these case studies, and each time the program would spit out one of these graphics, these are wind simulations, I've been amazed how buildings were almost perfectly oriented to create wind-protected areas or to shelter one another. Altogether, it reveals a very complex and clever balancing out of a response to all these four climate elements: sun, wind, precipitation, and temperature. There are, of course, no clear borders or boundaries where one typology stops or where the next one starts. On the left, you can see an abstracted diagram with the 15 predominant typologies found, and on the right, the same diagram to which these case studies have been added. So arriving at a much higher resolution and identifying that more or less all of them present some kind of courtyard layouts. Seasonal dwelling is something that I'm particularly interested in, or how houses were lived in during different times of the year. For the whole of the research area all around the Baltic, seasonal dwelling was a key characteristic. It can be observed how in the south, with less extreme temperature ranges, the floor area used to shrink to spaces around the central heat source in winter, and the dwelling then expanded towards the summer, first into unheated spaces, but also into external spaces such as courtyards or covered open spaces. The further north, patterns of dedicated winter and summer dwellings start to appear, with the same building not being able to cover these extreme temperature ranges any longer. Instead, people moved into smaller summer houses. But this is not just a question of performance, but very much related to a very special architectural quality and also climatic atmospheres by embracing these different seasonal conditions. This floor plan of a summer kitchen from Estonia here on the left-hand side is one of my favorite findings, and it suggests that this must be the minimum amount of space needed in summer: a sauna and a bathhouse and some small space to cook and eat. In summer, life happens mostly outside. Simultaneously, thermal delights are very much needed in winter too. How climatic, but also very much atmospheric qualities of Baltic vernacular architecture were created is also part of my investigation. Maybe you get a little bit of that in the exhibition in Malmö, how certain materials feel when you touch them, warm or cold, and the smell of pine tar, the smell of seaweed, grass or fern. Baltic landscapes as resources for building materials, vernacular architecture as the architecture of the poor is on the contrary very rich, not only rich in knowledge, but intelligent in understanding about the complexities of life, and where all the relationships that Carlos Scarpa spoke of had been invented already. The research finally arrived at a number of climatic design strategies extracted from the Baltic vernacular, including principles of climatic tectonics. This set of strategies was also reviewed against some current guidance on applying passive strategies for northern climates, for example, the EU DG climate report. But this one gives more detailed guidance for specific parts around the Baltic Sea region. One of the key findings of this research is certainly that vernacular architecture was a process that developed over centuries through evolutionary self-correction. Vernacular buildings were seen and accepted as ongoing experiments aimed at knowledge generation and presented and documented through the architecture itself as epistemic artifacts. Parallel to my research, I've established the Baltic Vernacular Experimental Laboratory, starting in 2017, which could also be described as research through studio. It has traveled with me through various universities, and I have been using findings from my research to test and experiment with students through various teaching formats, engaging in design research, design experimentation, but also a lot of one-to-one built experiments. For example, in January 2023, we traveled to the island of Læsø in Denmark with students from Hafen City University Hamburg to explore the famous local seaweed roofs. We were also very lucky to meet the only living seaweed thatcher that there is, Henning Johansen, who told us all about it and showed us how to twist seaweed. Some of these roofs on Læsø are almost 400 years old. And one especially interesting material property is that seaweed does not burn. They are very archaic, these roofs, and when we went down to the beach, it dawned to us what they reminded us of. Sea monsters suddenly emerging from the sea, just like the material itself. For me, seaweed is a super interesting resource, as it also arrives on the island of Rügen in large amounts, where it is cleared from the beaches with heavy machinery on a daily basis. I gave out a small design task, a seaweed monster summer kitchen, playing on the seaweed's inflammable capacities, but also leaning on a seasonal typology, the typical Baltic summer kitchen. A design-build workshop was then held on the island of Rügen, and guess who joined us, which was super nice? Henning Johansen from the island of Læsø. The knowledge of how to work with seaweed was passed on to 20 students, and the summer kitchen was inaugurated with a very smoky barbecue. Simultaneously to research and teaching, I experimented with the small house on the island that I had spontaneously purchased some years back. As found, the main building is of the EW58 type, a serial building design that was developed in East Germany in the early 1950s, quite the opposite of contextual or even vernacular. It is estimated that the EW58 was built about 500,000 times, from the Baltic Sea coast to the mountains in the south. As part of this ongoing project, and over the years, I experimented with climatic design principles identified through my research, aiming to recontextualize or maybe climate adapt this building. Besides the general refurbishment of the house, architectural interventions were rather careful and small, also for economic reasons. The most prominent change was the erection of a wall to the north, creating a wind-protected courtyard space and through that a microclimate. A large terrace serves as an extension to the inner living spaces, where it's always a few degrees warmer than in the surrounding garden. The former chicken house at rear was converted into a flexible space. It was a guest apartment first, my office during COVID. Now my daughters would like to move in there. This is how it looks now and has a very simple material palette with the same wooden floors everywhere that also continue outside on the terrace. The thatched roof was repaired, and new timber windows put in. The walls are painted with the local chalk paint. A very recent addition is the black white house at rear, a seasonal typology with a white summer garden living room and a black sauna playing on the albedo effect. The usable area of the building shrinks to half of the size in winter, whereas in summer, the white room can even be used as little exhibition space. So the exhibition that is now in Malmö was also in there briefly. A lot of experimentation has happened around the experimental house, with the seaweed kitchen in the back, the black white house, but also another experiment, seasonal wall dressing, that I would like to introduce briefly. You can see it here on the front gable on the axonometric drawing. As part of my research, I stumbled upon photographs of dressed buildings. One type of winter facade called zagata, for example, was common especially in the southern Baltic Sea region. For that, wooden sticks were placed in front of wind and weather exposed facades, and a layer of biogenic leftovers was stacked behind. Through that, an additional layer of insulation was created for winter, using reed, straw, garden weeds, old leaves, old branches, pine needles even. There are also similar wall dressings in the shape of reed mats that were applied to certain parts of the building, so basically where the wind and rain would hit, acting as sacrificial layer that also protected from the washing out of clay through driving rain. So it was not only a functional measure as such, but there was also some ornamental side to it, as you can see here on the left-hand side from Denmark. Sometimes these facades were removed towards spring, put in the fire or put in the garden as compost, sometimes parts of it kept. I was very intrigued by this seasonal and very resource-efficient type of construction, making use of leftovers, and wanted to try it out myself. For experiment phase 1, I used modular frames that could be hung on the western gable of the experimental house. I dressed them with several types of material that I had to hand, for example, seaweed. After 1 year, I understood that this was a complete fail. The material had to go directly on the wall, tightly fixed, just like in the historic photographs that I found. For experiment phase 2, I needed to change something, so my idea was to turn the whole western gable of the experimental house into one big loom, weaving in several locally available materials such as heather, juniper or grass, creating a pattern for the seasonal wall dress determined by several individual material properties and very much inspired by those beautiful rugs by the Bauhaus artist Gunther Stölzel. The big loom was constructed from large battens running vertically on the facade with wire running horizontally. Some design studies were testing some potential patterns for the dress beforehand. And then we started. During one late summer weekend in 2022, the seasonal wall dress was woven with students from Riseba University Riga, and we used what we found close by: garden weeds, seaweed, grass, reed, but also off-the-shelf reed mats. This is how it looks now. The seasonal wall dress was presented at the Constructive Disobedience Conference in 2022, and the beautiful publication, which is also in the exhibition, was just released. It was also part of the Slovenian pavilion at the Architecture Biennial 2023, +/- in search of well-tempered architecture. The experiment continues. Every year in late summer, the seasonal wall dress has to be taken care of, like in 2023 with students from Hafen City University Hamburg. Last September, seasonal wall dressing took place with some very nice guests, students from the Royal Academy in Copenhagen who came to Rügen. It's hard to measure precisely what the seasonal wall dress is able to do because all of these different natural materials, but the effects are very much felt. I know it because I live in this building and I monitor closely how it works. I don't only experiment in research and teaching, but also through my own practice. This is a project that was recently completed, the eco-village Rügen. It really is a rural cohabitation scheme. It started off with a number of people who wanted to build there, but also share certain things, and the aim was to build as sustainable as possible. The site was heavily contaminated and it was formerly used by an East German agricultural co-op. An already existing development plan allowed for larger building complexes, so large volumes on 5 plots. And my proposal was to break down these volumes by leaning on a local typology, 3-sided farmsteads, allowing for communal living around 3 wind-protected courtyards. A binding design guidance was developed right at the beginning of the project, with everyone together, and everyone also had to sign up for this design guidance that also states materialities, for example, untreated or carbonized timber facades that would naturally merge with the surrounding landscape. The design guidance also states construction build-ups and robust and simple lead details, and 2 building typologies were developed together with all the future homeowners that the whole scheme is based on, and through that a high degree of prefabrication could be achieved. Just the structure, some people chose to build out the houses themselves. And this project was actually then tendered or built as one during COVID, produced at the local sawmill and with local companies only. There are several shared facilities such as workshops, a communal garden, and a communal summer kitchen made from recycled materials found on the site. One key design idea is connected to seasonal living. Of course, I had to try this out, which is actually also connected to the specifics of island life, I would say. For example, in the building in the middle, there's a shared kitchen and living in the center that can be fully opened up in summer and be turned in a covered external space. There's also an idea about the seasonal use of a second smaller unit, which can be a holiday flat in summer and a small business in winter. The design guidance also strictly forbids fences, garages, or funny garden sheds, very popular in Germany, to allow nature to grow back naturally into the site. These 2 projects, the experimental house and the eco-village, have been used as case studies as part of my research, exploring which of the climatic design principles extracted from the vernacular could actually be applied in both in existing and new build projects, and it's quite a lot of them actually. So what is the future of Baltic landscapes that largely have become landscapes of the Anthropocene? The perception of landscape has evolved over the past century towards a view of nature as quantifiable and primarily exploitable resource. Now we know that drained peatlands, for example, are one of the biggest CO2 emitters, and although generations have worked hard to turn wetlands into agricultural land, their re-wetting becomes an essential in fighting climate change. Growing building materials on re-wetted peatlands has enormous potential for the transformation in architecture that might offer up new or maybe rather evolutionary palettes of materials. The Baltic Bioregional Design Studio, based at the Vienna Academy of Fine Arts in collaboration with Riga, is exploring how architecture can contribute to the healing of landscapes by looking into the case of Cenas moorlands, a former peat extraction site close to the city of Riga. Pine, birch bark, moss, and reed, these are the materials that have shaped the fully grown vernacular architecture of this bioregion. And as part of the semester, the students will explore how the utilization of wetland plants in architecture can support a systemic transformation in both architecture and landscapes. In designing a public building, a center for regenerative architecture. Our design studio will use a little floating pavilion as framework for experimentation with fast-growing bio-based materials. Knowing through making, the seasonal pavilion was presented at the conference on bioregional architecture and design practice at TU Munich last year. It's a traveling pavilion passing through different landscapes from Rome via Rügen to Riga. The project started off as a one-to-one design build with students from Rome last year, as a modular and movable structure on pontoons, and made its first appearance during the art festival at the German Academy Villa Massimo in Rome last year, and where it was dressed in locally harvested materials. It was actually grass that was cut in the park of the Villa Massimo where the bees were flying, and there was a honey tasting for the occasion, so the honey kind of tasted how the pavilion smelled. It was kind of very nice. It spent the pavilion then spent the whole summer in Stuttgart, next to Mies van der Rohe, where it was receiving a new summer dress with materials from peatlands harvested close to the Alps, and in the workshop with students from KIT Karlsruhe. And it will resume the bioregional weaving, traveling through Baltic landscapes this year in May from Rügen as part of the Women in Architecture Festival. So it would be nice to see you around. Thank you very much.
There I got some sound as well, yes. Thank you very much, Susanne, for this brilliant lecture. Very interesting. And thank you as well, Ricardo. And I think we should take place on the stage and initiate a little discussion here. So if you can be like...
Be here?
Maybe here. Maybe I can be...
Okay.
Maybe, yeah. I thought... So again, thank you. Amazing and very interesting and also very touching lectures, both of you. Very nice to hear and see. You will get the opportunity to take part in this. But I will have the privilege of start the conversation, I think. So some of my brilliant questions already been answered. So I think I jump around a bit here. But I can start with one kind of over-aching questions where you can maybe develop something what you already have been touching upon, but one more than the other maybe. Your work often explore the intersection of architecture and social dynamics, in some cases also participative practices, for sure, Flores and Prats, but also with students, and so in your case, but I think also in the eco-village projects. How has this multi-layered perspective influenced your approach to transformation, particularly? Do you see these approaches as interdependent, mutually beneficial, or even conflicting when it comes to, I mean, with transformation in focus?
Want to start? Or? Good.
I start. I think they're even essential, involving everyone, not in the way that maybe you would involve people in projects or clients or companies, but in enabling them to become part of transformative processes and maybe build up competences or build up networks. Yes.
Have you seen that happening, that you are kind of rewarded for having this open collaboration?
Very much. I think that it's maybe also a very sustainable strategy, because you work with maybe craftsmen and you learn together and you advance together.
Yes, I think it's a nice question, because I think when you work in existing places, in existing buildings, and there's someone who is interested in taking over, call it client, but they are, from different worlds, that you are not like from the world of the theater or from an artist or from a social, social world, like the clients in Brussels that are into social help from many parts of the invisible part of the society. They have a goal, so they are very focused in using the building in a way that you perhaps haven't looked at it in that way, in very pragmatic way. So I think it's for us have been crucial the eye of the client, see the buildings from another point of view, not only from architecture. I think it was much richer seeing the way an artist sees a ruin, or a theater director sees a ruin, or you know, because they see it with a personal interest without such an intellectual speculation, but they are very practical and they tell you this is useful for me for this and that. So I think it's for us was crucial the eye of the client to modify or to adapt our point of view in seeing existing buildings. When we work with an artist and they see the ruins as something that they can be used directly, straightforward, because they put their work on it without any distance, for us was eye-opener, because before we will say, oh, the ruin, you know, the layers and the dirt and everything. Sometimes is something that, but then you see that you can really count on that straight away, and it's part of the already, you know, the facades or the interior. So this all the traces of the former lives of the people who use the building, for people of theater. When you do with the plays that people will be writing fictions, for them looking into the walls of a building that have been full of traces and marks of the lives of previous. So it's already very inspiring. They don't have these places that they sit and everything is aseptic and they don't know, but they look around and they are already imagining stories and the audience. So it's very different to, I think when you visit the buildings with your clients and you bring them into the conversations, and most of the material we produce in the studio are dedicated to them to establish this conversation, and so that they can enter into the world of the project. So that's why they have to be unfinished enough, so that allowing them to come into the document that is there. So it's not a closed answer, but it's a drawing that could be opening questions or your own questions, putting them in the table with them. So I think, as also Susanne was saying, I think it's crucial the involvement of all these agents that are around the office, the studio, to make your. It's very difficult to work with something that exists alone. I think you need a lot of points of view from the economics, from the materials, from the use. So I think we are mediators in a way between a need from a client and a place that already has a lot of energy charge there.
I was also thinking about, I mean, clients is one thing, but also users and future users and so. And you might have some very clear ideas about transformative ideas, and you involved all these people and you have to relate to that situation. Is that always beneficial, or could it also become conflictual in some way, or is it always the way forward? Is it a positive way forward, so to say?
Well, sometimes, of course, the process of coming to an agreement takes longer when you involve a lot of people, of course. But I think that we cannot not involve other competences. For example, if I'm interested how I can use plants from regenerated landscapes, I need to understand how this works, and I'm not an expert on forestry or agriculture, or I need to be working with experts from these fields to understand what I should be proposing, because I'm really losing the path of my own profession, and I
I agree. I think it's always positive. Of course, it's like you need an aspirin like that, because it's like having a client with 10 heads instead of one.
Yeah.
But it's at the end of the day, it's wonderful. It's very much richer what you have. Yeah.
Watching your lectures now and see the examples from things you do, and so there is a particular aesthetic you can see in different projects and so, and that goes not just for you, it could also be in transformative projects per se. But I would like to know something about the role of aesthetics in your practices, also with the focus on these transformational processes. How do you consider aesthetic scopes in your work? I mean, how much do they weigh in the way you're working? Do you see, is it important to express transformational methods as design features or characteristics? Or is it simply, do they have to submit to an aesthetic idea also? It's maybe a question about what's coming first. Do you always follow the technique or the method, or do you have a very clear aesthetic idea that has to be fulfilled through the methods of transformation?
Yeah, it's interesting the question because it's always very subjective, of course. And then, but we've been always interested in the not separating our action from the actions that have been before in the place. And this is, I think, it was clear in. I think what is interesting when you find a space that is not separating times. We don't want also to separate our intervention to the previous ones. So that there's all the times, the time of the initial building, the time of the first occupations, the abandonment, the squatters, and yours, and the new client are all, without a hierarchy, all times equally important. In that sense, you don't clean something because it's more important than others. Why a life of 1920s should be more important than the life of 50s and then 70s. So in that sense, we try to disappear our intervention into the existing, into the as found as much as we can. Of course, there are sometimes actions that you make to articulate spaces that, because of the new program, that you intervene there, and they are, but always the aesthetics is related to the use, the way the things are going to be used, and how the spaces are going to be functioning. So it's not aesthetic. We are not interested in that per se. I think we are much more interested in rising the final result from what is there already in observation. That's why we dedicate a long time to observe what exists before starting to design, and then after you draw and you draw again and again what exists, then the building is like yours. So you start to modify it, like if you are drawing something from your own, and then goes a lot in the logic of the existing building. It's not something that imposes, and that's very important in my opinion, not to start by reacting immediately. When you have drawn and again months and months something that exists, the action that you'll do afterwards will be with the scale and with the care and with the logic of what was there already, even if it's yours, because you are modifying something that is already yours. You like it, you will love it, and you care for it, and then you modify it from within. So I think the aesthetics in itself is not an issue for us in reuse.
Mm-hmm. That's a very full answer for that. I think, yeah, very interesting. So it's about getting to know and really become friends with what you're working with.
Become friends.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
I agree very much. I think aesthetics, to me, aesthetics are quite important, maybe also in communicating and negotiating how we can understand architecture. Maybe even to put something out there to discuss. Does architecture, or should we maybe soften up a little bit about what we think is beautiful and what is not beautiful? Maybe does everything have to last 50 years, or is it possible that we understand some cracks as nice and that some parts of the building are just seasonal or can be removed or are sacrificial? Or I like to use this facade, of course, also to, for some people it's a bit shocking maybe even, but I think like, why? It's there is also a certain aesthetic to that, and
and it's a very interesting one. This kind of dynamic of aesthetics that is part of a process and actually changes. And why I ask it is maybe partly because we have had a discussion in Sweden for some time now about aesthetics in architecture. And there are people wanting it to be in a certain way, and a lot about style, and so. But you are both representing quite another way of looking to architecture as something completely different than that. And it has, from what we can see from what you show, it is not very much about fixed styles or ideas, preconceived styles or ideas about design. It's more like coming from the process and the object itself and people using it. I found that very interesting. Could say something as a follow-up on that. How do you foresee the future? Not per se, but in your practices of transformation in relation to technologies and so, how do you consider? Particularly with the rise of digital design, AI, digital fabrication tools, all this new kind of industry of new equipment, new ways of working and thinking about architectural production. Are these in any way helpful for you in the way you work as architects of transformation?
Please.
I think if you're talking about technology, I think the interesting thing is to use all the technologies as they come. The pencil is also technology. I think the interest there for us, how you use the different media depending in which moment. For example, in the Brussels project, there is a beam model done by the builder. Well, first by the. And then, so that's why we checked with our model, physical model, kind of analogic beam, no? And then there's a lot of mistakes with the tubes crossing spaces, double heights and things. And then you tell your engineer, no, but you see there are, what? Yes, look in the model. You show with the camera, see here, it's the, and I look at it like that. Yes, it's good for some things, the beam and everything, but for checking. But still, I think we are interested in crossing with analog documents and physical. I think in our case, we are our inspiration come from the things. The ideas come from the things, from the physical objects. We are surrounded by things that we produce that make evident the things that you're interested in. And in that sense, the world where we work, we try to concentrate. Our creative world is full of physical documents that are there to spark our interest or imagination.
Yeah, I know. You have a very analog process, and you try to work with a lot of those instruments and so. I was thinking about if that was important in itself in your way of thinking about transformation. Not to put any value in it, but it's more of interest.
But I think there are times for things because the time of the thinking in the design for us should be slow, should allow us to understand the place and there are moments of being with other speeds, no. But both in the school with our students, we ask them to dedicate time in the reflection of what they find with their pencil and spend weeks and weeks before. And that is something to bring time into the process of design for me is crucial. I cannot see. I cannot see, the speed in the beginning of the process. could be some time else in production of prototypes, as you mentioned, and that could be very useful economically as well, and fast to test. But not in the, for me, not in the design moment. I don't know, Susanne,
what do you say, Susanne, about these
experience?
methods and instruments?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's very much tools, and I use them when I find it's the moment to use them, and they're, but not just because they exist. I'm very hesitant to AI. I have a lot of students who just come with AI images, and I'm like, you lose the process of arriving somewhere, and all the moments where you reflect and you don't really understand why this image looks like it looks like. So it's I'm a bit, but it's also no, it's I'm a bit hesitant really, and I like the lengthy exploring of things. Yeah.
Before we let in the audience here, I would like to have maybe 2 more questions. There has been the recent years there has been some kind of mantra, at least in some parts of the world, saying that the future of architecture belongs to transformation. I think this can be relevant for the students to know. Is that true?
For me, absolutely, yeah. Totally agree, because there's a lot already built, and we know that demolishing will create a lot of extra CO2 plus building new. So why not to use everything we inherit? There are buildings on the 70s and 80s. We don't have to go 100 or 200 years back. We have very recent buildings, and there's a lot of experience in countries. Hopefully we will hear that this afternoon in Belgium, for example, where they reuse buildings, office buildings from very recent times, from that are obsolete, but they are very strong physically. So how you can transform that with the new programs. I think there's a lot of built fabric to be reused, and also for me it's much more fun because you have all the stories that you find in the place. You start to have a conversation with the building, with the past generations that have drawn that, have lived there, and it's much. And so each time you enter into a world that is very unique, very unexpected. And then you never repeat yourself. You discover something that I think is an opportunity, not just for obvious ecological reasons, but also, in my opinion, for design. For design.
From your perspective, Susanne, or how do you see it?
Same. I find it a lot more interesting to work with existing buildings. I think there's a lot more to it, but I think it's maybe also a learning curve where society learns. I mean, everyone is buying second-hand clothes, so why is it a problem to reuse buildings? Maybe it's
as a kind of follow-up on that. Now we have a lot of students here trying to become architects and preparing for future scenarios, so to speak. Is there any specific direction you would recommend us to go as a school, but also as a singular student? I mean, are there any special trails to follow, or is it maybe the traditional architectural and spatial design competencies that needs to be trained? We get these questions from industry all the time, like, or not questions, maybe they ask for more specific knowledges and competencies. Some of it could be related to transformational skills, like very specific. And we as a school normally says, no, I think we will stay with some kind of traditional basic architectural and spatial understandings. And for some industries or industries like architects' offices and so, that's fine. For others, they like more specific knowledge. Would you recommend a young architect to be today to really go deep into transformation, and if so, in some specific way, following some kind of trail you see, I mean.
But I think that depends on your context, because, for example, we saw Susanne working in her own background, which is a wonderful world to investigate, no, and to look. Find a lot of possibilities to work with the recuperation of the world that is already there. And we've been growing our office in a town that have been very hard in demolishing pieces of town around the 2000, when it was obvious that was a lot to be reused. They were demolishing parts of the old town, very beautiful buildings that you could never have them again. So we were really scared and panicked with that. So we immediately started to enter competition. So I think it has to do with your own place and concerns, who will move you to. I think for me, is the most fascinating thing is to work in public domain, in the public. But we have seen that in some private practices, there's already a lot to discuss and to investigate and offer. So, but because we live in the center of Barcelona, we want to be to participate in the public condition of the city. So we enter public competitions and we try to be with public programs. And for me, that's much more rewardful or rewardless or whatever.
That's interesting, but it's not really an answer to my question.
It's an answer. It's an answer.
No, it's fine. But do you have any recommendations or so?
I guess ultimately you need to learn making responsible decisions. No, I think, and that could be all sorts of decisions. What's of course important is to know, and maybe know more than maybe when I used to study 20 years ago. No one told us about how is a brick made, how is a steel beam made, how much energy is used, how does this work. You need a certain knowledge to be able to decide and to make design decisions. So I think materialities are important to understand, and I think that's quite an important part.
I thank you for that. And I would like to open up for questions. And I know that we have a microphone here, and we have a question already there.
Thank you. My question is for Susanne. So first of all, thank you for a very interesting and committed lecture. So my question is, how do you bridge in your practice the gap between theoretical, scientific climate knowledge and its real-world application? So in a way, we know that inhabitants would experiment climate in a very different way than scientific data would witness it in a way. So how do you create a nice balance between these two parameters?
Good question. Maybe what happens when you design something is that there needs to be a certain maybe generosity or flexibility of being so that it can adapt to a person who will only experience through the years how they will live in this building. So I think maybe you will never have the super suited answer and don't understand it as that, but yeah.
Thank you.
We have another one down there.
Oh, so you will get fit today.
Hi, my name is Danica, and I'm coming from Slovenia. I'm working with a collective on a construction site for 4 years now already. I have a question for you both, for Ricardo. How do you see the political implications of your practice? Because we see many times when we work with what is considered ruins and degraded areas in our cities, and then we do beautiful architecture, then eventually this part of the city becomes gentrified, and it only deepens the differences in society. And for Susanne, I'm really interested because you mentioned the fast-growing bio-based materials areas where they will be grown, I guess. So how does this relate to wider ecologies and biodiversity actually? Because how does this differ from monoculture actually? I'm interested in what is the regenerative here. We can just grow for building, but then what does this give to the ecologies? Thank you.
Okay, then about the political implication, it's a nice question, I think, because I think to reuse everything you inherit is already a political position. Saying this will stay and we will not demolish is you're already positioning yourself very clearly in circular economy, in not demolishing, which is much faster and much easier for many developers and builders. So you are already positioning yourself. I think architecture is always political. You decide to do which housing, kind of social housing you want to make, if you want to reuse or not. All the time you are positioning yourself. The question of later on the area becoming gentrified or not is beyond, I think, your possibilities, perhaps. But if you are bringing that building back to the city, because when you open it and you make it visitable, not just for the program that is supposed to be, but you are opening it in Brussels, we are bringing that building, we are returning, it's like the building belongs to the city. So we are bringing in everyone for free, because you are returning the building to the city. You are saying this building is yours, thank you for giving it to us. We will use some parts, but the rest will be for everyone. So I think there's a lot of political decision there. And then still, if the area gets gentrified, I think, but the projects you've been working are strongly had this public real concern or aura. I think they are trying to say something besides the rest that will be probably more gentrified.
The answer to potential monocultures and bio-based materials, it's an extremely complex field. So there's you can use all sorts of things for insulation, for example, which is a big topic, of course, in transformation. So there are several research projects that use leaves from an urban context to be turned into insulation. There is, I don't think that if you re-wet peatlands, that it necessarily has to be just one species that grows there. So I think that that would be my answer. I don't see a loss of biodiversity. It's something that suddenly is actually a place where biodiversity can happen.
We have a few minutes left here. There's one more, yes.
Thank you. Hello, thank you for the lectures. And I wanted to address Susanne. Mm-hmm. I come from Litauen, from Lithuania, so I'm from another piece of Baltic that you've been speaking. And you started by speaking about politics, which was a question to Ricardo before. And I was wondering about the transformative power in politics on vernacular, which has been the case of the countries that have suffered the Soviet past. Mm-hmm. And in that sense, of course, you must have noticed irregularities of data in different locations, right? Mm-hmm. And I was wondering why I haven't noticed Lithuania in this, and I was wondering if that can have to do with that, or because we also see some sort of forced vernacularity in some locations in Lithuania, for example, in Nida or Niden and other places. So has this political evaluation of data been part of your research as well?
Yeah, of course. I mean, all the documentation that exists on vernacular architecture, there's of course, during the time when the Baltic states were part of the Soviet Union, there was different type of research that was carried out, of course, than compared to other countries. So the documentation is super difficult to evaluate and to assess, because you have to read in between the lines what came actually from where and how. Everything, all of this ethnographic research can be quite politically charged, because there were national interests on celebrating the local architecture. So it can be quite critical to work with these sources. Yeah. But of course, yeah, what I guess what you mentioned is that it's also been used for nation building, of course, as some identity producing thing, very much, of course. Yeah.
Okay, I think we are very close to lunch, so I take the opportunity to say thank you, Susanne and Ricardo, again for most magnificent contributions for today, and it was lovely to hear and see your lectures. And for all of you rest, you are very welcome to resume at 1 o'clock. Sharp. So. Thank you.
Hello. Yes, it's on, the microphone. Good afternoon, everybody. Good to see you back here to this 2025 edition of Lund Architecture Symposium. I hope you all had a good lunch and got some coffee and are ready to kick off the afternoon session here. During the morning, we had two fantastic lectures. We listened to Ricardo Flores from Flores and Prats, and to Susanne Brorson from Studio Susanne Brorson. Discussions evolved around recognizing everything in transformation processes, the urge to kind of validate everything, all history periods, also experimentation. I mean, the commitment of using your own life spaces and your processes in exploring different means of transformation, and many more things. I hope you had a good morning listening to all of these discussions and lectures. This afternoon we will cover some slightly different aspects of this year's topic. We will continue, of course, to explore the concept of transformation, but we'll expand the scale to include also the city and the very, very small, tiny bits of architecture. So we sort of add complexity to the thematic here during the afternoon. The afternoon will be guided by Caroline Dahl, architect and senior lecturer in landscape architecture. And I hand the floor to you, Caroline. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Yes, you can hear me. Thank you, PJ. Thank you, Lund, for inviting the neighboring university, SLU Alnarp. I'm very happy to be here. I was very impressed by this morning's lecture and debate, so I think everyone that will now appear during the afternoon feel the pressure to deliver. But I'm a true believer in that we do it together, so we are also counting on all of you to support us with clever questions and great comments. But before we get into the discussion, we do have a set of presentations that we will listen to. And our first presentation, our first speaker of the afternoon is Professor Ognen Marina, and I will briefly introduce Ognen. Dr. Ognen Marina is an architect, professor, and the former dean of the Faculty of Architecture at the University of St. Cyril and Methodius in Skopje, North Macedonia. Dr. Marina holds a PhD in architecture and urbanism and serves as the director of a Center for Advanced and Postdoctoral Research at UKIM in Skopje. Dr. Ognen's research explores the intersection of innovation, policy making, and social responsibility, particularly within the context of transitional societies, urban resilience, and climate change mitigation. His work further emphasizes the advancement of methodologies and tools designed to transform the urban environment, prioritizing enhanced citizen engagement and fostering synergies between policymakers, designers, and communities. So very interesting and inspiring scope for us. So please, Ognen, join me here at the floor.
Thank you, Caroline, for the kind introduction, and thank you, Per-Johan, for the invitation to be part of this inspiring architectural seminar. Indeed, understanding the phenomena of the transformation in our societies, and specifically through architecture, and the role of architects within it is essential for better understanding of our profession, but also better understanding of our societies that we claim to be part of it, and even more to claim to contribute to building a better future for our communities. So understanding the transformative power of the architecture in shaping the destiny of the cities, and in most cases the societies in the heart of my presentation, followed with an attempt to contemplate the role of an architect in it. So I would like to tell you the story about the city of Skopje and how it became, at least for a moment, the world city. So Skopje is a place where the myths are created, or at least architects believed so. So in the words of Italo Calvino, cities, like dreams, are made of desires and fears. So let me introduce you first about the city of Skopje. I'm not sure how many of you know actually where the city is and what's the background in it. So you can see this is the Pointegger map depicting the known world in the Roman era and the place of Skopje. So within this map, which is a network of cities and the roads connecting it, Skopje has a continuous, more than 2,000 continuous urban history and urban existence. So for better understanding what was happening in Skopje in the last 100 years, I would say so, but also in the urban planning that was closely related to it, I would like to introduce two concepts. The first one is the concept of utopia. So many great ideas were engaged in the scope of the 20th century, not just in Skopje, but within architecture and urban planning, and especially in cases like in Skopje when it was dealing with the post-disaster environment or the huge destruction that was happening in Europe within the 20th century. Of course, the utopia, but also the dystopia. The second concept is the concept of so-called inverse perspective, which stems from the Orthodox Christian art from the medieval times, something that maybe even Lund is not strange to it because of the wonderful Romanesque cathedral that is in the center of the city, and it's very stable building within it, but also some arts and the way that it was presented. So the inverse perspective, which is not obviously following the rules of the mathematics and the Renaissance perspective, would like simultaneously to present both sides of the phenomena and the things, so both natures of it. And in some way, it represents the order that is inherent to the space and objects. So depicting what's important rather than depicting or mimicking the reality of itself. And I'm using this concept because to explain and to understand what was happening in Skopje in the 20th century is because, like this, in this drawing from Piranesi, rational and irrational are not mutually exclusive in the cities. So both natures of this phenomena exist, despite of the urge to have the unprecedented belief in the fate of the technological progress within the 20th century and believe that this technological progress can also enable us to finally build some better worlds. So this is the more or less nowadays urban structure of the city of Skopje, just to get familiar, but also what's important is his geopolitical history, that in the last 100 years, Skopje has been part of the 5 different states, stemming from the Ottoman Empire at the end of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th century, then the Kingdom of Serbia, the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenians, Kingdom of Yugoslavia, Socialist Federation of Yugoslavia, and recently Independent Republic of North Macedonia. But what's important, and you can see it on the lower part of this image, is that each time the new elite was arriving in the city or was societal change was happening, they also brought new ideas about the urban planning. So how this new societal system, but also new set of values was introduced also through the urban planning. And each time it was following a certain models or the certain paradigms which were already existing in the European urban planning from the very beginning, from, I don't know, from the transformation of the Ottoman Empire in the 19th century, the modernization, which affected the majority of the cities in the Balkan area, through the role models of the Ringstrasse in Vienna, the Haussmann's transformation of Paris, through the garden cities, all the way to the metabolism and structuralism of the Japanese architecture and postmodernism that happened in the 80s. But the staple moment in the history of development of the city of Skopje happened in 1963, when on July 26, early in the morning, in 5:17, a disastrous earthquake strike, and leaving more than 80% of the building stocks either in ruins or heavily damaged or uninhabitable. Like in many other cases, of course, there was an urgent need for the relief. But as you can see here, the level of damage, and especially was quite destructive in the older part of the city. But what's different with Skopje is that when this disaster struck, there was an immediate response, not just on the national level, so you can see the president of Yugoslavia at that time visiting Skopje, but also the international response. So the unique situation with Skopje was the fact that United Nations in 1963, which is a very bipolar world, so it is kind of a peak of the Cold War. And in that time, Yugoslavia was so-called the leader of the non-aligned movement, a so-called third bloc within the United Nations and international community. So United Nations immediately recognized that as a unique opportunity. But also throughout the international community, you can see the president of the USSR visiting Skopje, and on the right side, you can see the executive order by President Kennedy about Skopje. So the international community, under the auspices of United Nations, gathered and immediately provided the relief for Skopje. And on this rather poor image, I apologize for it, it is the image where the soldiers from United States and USSR are meeting for the first time in peaceful conditions after the Second World War in Skopje. Very fast, in October, on the 14th of October, the General Assembly of the United Nations adopted a decision to actually provide, to go further than just providing the immediate relief as it was the usual response in this kind of a situation. So, as I said, United Nations sees this opportunity to act as a facilitator of an international effort, of huge international effort, and to showcase, in this particular case of Skopje, being part of the non-aligned country, that they can still manage and facilitate the collaboration based on the very humanistic values. And in the heart of this humanistic approach was actually architecture and urban planning. So within this, the decision that was adopted by General Assembly, they also decided to provide a technical support starting with the provision of the number of international Renew experts, and as you will later see, a number of architects and urban planning being involved in this endeavor. So this is the lineup, the timeline of the key events that was happening. But among the very first thing was establishment of the so-called International Board of Experts. And the person that you're seeing in the middle is actually the person who's responsible for this whole idea about providing the support to city of Skopje and going a few steps further. His name is Ernest Weizmann. He's a Croatian-born, Jewish origin architect who was studying architecture in Zagreb, in Croatia. But he also continued his education in Vienna. So he brought this, was educated in the very essence of the modernist movement at that time. But even more importantly for this story is that he later became a member of the Le Corbusier office in Paris. And specifically, he was working with Le Corbusier on the proposal, which was for the competition, international competition, for the new building of League of Nations, so the predecessor of the United Nations after the First World War, when Ernest Weizmann was introduced to some ideas, some humanistic ideas, where Le Corbusier or Pierre Jeanneret were collaborating with the Belgian advocate for human rights, Paul Otlet, contemplating and also depicting the idea of how you create this kind of a new structure, new building that should showcase also a new paradigm for the world that is in ruins after the First World War. So what they did is actually they brought this idea of the world city, or creating a city based on knowledge, education, science, and fundamental humanistic qualities to be in the very essence of planning the building, but also planning the city. Of course, the history of this building is well known to majority of the architects and so on. Even the institution, League of Nations, was not living up to the expectations at that time. But there was a succession, and quite successful at the beginning of the United Nations after the First World War. So Ernest Weissmann was also a productive member of CIA. He was also working as a part of the so-called Zagreb working group and closely collaborating with Jose Luis Sert. He was leftist, so he was kind of working and promoting this more leftist approach to the Athens chapter, when they were trying actually to facilitate the bigger involvement of the institutions in the implementation of the modernist paradigm and the modernist standards in architecture that modernist movement was also promoting. So his personal history is also quite interesting because he left Europe just prior to the Second World War. He was also architect in chief for the Yugoslav Pavilion at the New York Expo exhibition, and he eventually stayed in the United States due to the course of the Second World War. He was collaborating with a number of American architects, and later on became part of the United Nations. So when the earthquake struck in Skopje, he was the part of the so-called Economic and Social Council of United Nations as an agency that was following the experience of the reconstruction of Europe after the Second World War in a sort of a predecessor of the nowadays United Nations Development Program. So, as somebody who's coming from Yugoslavia, but also with all this background in architecture and urban planning, he sees this opportunity to promote Skopje as a place where he can make feasible and make possible to actually build this world city. Another person of interest is Konstantinos Doxiadis, a Greek urban planner who at that time, 1963, was just opening his office in Athens and starting to teach the Athens Polytechnic and teaching about his science, the acoustics, the science of communities, which he based on his knowledge and experience from the reconstruction, post-Second World War reconstruction of Greece and the way how the world and the cities has to be developed based on the very nuclear approach to the families, but also to the neighborhoods and so on. So this is the master plan that was developed by the Doxiadis company at that time. The third person who was also involved in the post-earthquake reconstruction of Skopje is Jaap Bakema, one of the iconic architects from Netherlands. If you go to Delft, to the Technical University of Delft, there is a big chance that you will visit or listen to a presentation in one of his buildings. But Jaap Bakema's role in Skopje, together with Vandenbulcke, his partner in the company, the joint company, was his importance was due to the fact that he was part of the reconstruction of the Netherlands cities, Dutch cities after the Second World War, and especially Rotterdam, who was heavily affected and heavily destroyed by both sides, I assume, as a very important port city. So some of the ideas like the Liban and the different also granular and organic, and I would say also very detailed interventions within the urban fabric as a driving force for the reconstruction of the cities were also implemented. It is one of the plans for the center of the city of Skopje. So at a certain moment after having the major master plan developed by Doxiadis, there was an international invited competition including Jaap Bakema participating, but also a number of other urban planners and architects, that was won by Kenzo Tange. Kenzo Tange was also a Japanese architect at that time that was already living up to the fame that still has an iconic position in Japan due to his projects in Japan, but he was just starting to work internationally. So among the very first projects that he did abroad, And as a sort of a showcase or illustration of his work at the MIT lab that he established was the project for the reconstruction of the city of Skopje. You can see him sitting in front of the model of one part of the master plan for the reconstruction of the city of Skopje, and just for the sake of curiosity, there is also next to him on the left side is Arata Isozaki, which was working for Kenzo Tange team, but then he left his office and established his office, and he has a very successful career as a professional architect. So Kenzo Tange won actually 60% from the first prize. The other 40% were won by a local again Croatian tandem, and one of the persons is there. So you can see that on this image, this is the model, actually the whole model. You see the part of the model of the project for the reconstruction of the city of Skopje made by Kenzo Tange plan, where he included, basically he followed the idea of the metabolist approach, and but also the structuralism in architecture, and having this after, probably you already know about Tokyo Bay project, so these mega structures. The idea was at that time, and at the sort of a dominant paradigm in urban planning, that if you resolve the infrastructure in the city, you have everything. Of course, it's not like that, but nevertheless, the idea was that that even architecture was brought to the scale of infrastructure, sort of way. And you can see different parts. This is, for example, the detail, the so-called... He also involved, because it was already a second modernism time, or late modernism, late international style, so there were already some critique about especially after the post-World War reconstruction of Europe and the brutalist architecture, so he also included some symbolic elements. So he called it, for example, this residential structure around the city center, he called the city wall, then there was a city gate, and so on. Nevertheless, a big infrastructure. So his work, as I said, from MIT lab, he tried to use it and to promote it in a different situation. So that was the story about post-earthquake reconstruction of Skopje. And you can see here on this diagram where all these different people were involved and positioned in this conceptual and theoretical background. A little bit more about the Tange's plan. You can see on the left side the Tokyo Bay project and some of the models. On the right side is the project of Tange in Skopje. And these are the elements that he promoted. You can see there are a number of big infrastructural elements which are implementing this new axis of development. If the historic axis was north-south, the new axis of development of Skopje after the earthquake was to be east-west. So he was kind of building that and making huge mega structures, starting from the transport center, so the new railway, all the way to the center of the city. Again, and the new transport center or the new railway station is actually the only building that was designed and built by Kenzo Tange team. The thing is that he designed the master plan. There were a lot of discussion and a lot of negotiations, so they had to compromise on many things when it comes to development of the final urban plan that was adopted. There were 9 different versions of the master plan for the reconstruction of Skopje, and eventually they adopted the 9th one. And in one of the interviews that Tange gave while he was still alive, he remembered the frustration about this constant negotiation and the compromises that they had to make due to the pressure coming from the politicians, coming from United Nations, coming from the local politicians, and so on. So he said at the end, we decided to let it go because the plan that was adopted was depicting our original ideas like the shadow of the moon. So you can see the existing railway station is still in place. It's heavily underused because it was planned for a different country, for a different structure, different capacity, and so on. Probably in the following years we will find a way how to how to put it in place and how to use it in a more productive way. But apart from this very focus usually on the center of the city, or reconstruction of the center of the city, and Kenzo Tange as a major proponent of this process, there were a number of international projects. So each country, the different nations were competing how to support the reconstruction of Skopje, so they usually provided also technical support. A number of design companies from around the world were providing their designs, but also building some of the buildings in it. So one of these buildings, which was designed by a local architect, who was working with Bakema, the design that built this city shopping center, which is still in place in the very center of the city. So just to remind you, this is 1965 up to 1970s, so quite contemporary within the history of the city. Then we have, for example, the Museum of Contemporary Art, which was donated, which was designed by a Polish company, a Polish office called Tigers, which were very productive in Poland, and until just recently a number of public buildings were still in place, and they are also part of the legacy of the modernist architecture in Poland as well. So the Museum of Contemporary Art that was opened in 1965 was the donation of the Polish government. This is another brutalist building by a local architect, the post office, which is also introducing the local interpretation, I would say, or more regional approach already within the modernist architecture, the interior design. This is the campus of our university, where the humanities are located. Unfortunately, the Faculty of Architecture is not located there, but this is the main campus where the rectorate is positioned. And this is the building of the Macedonian Opera and Ballet, which is designed by a Slovenian team of architects, and also was built in the early 80s. And it's still very much in place and quite successful example of how productive this support of the reconstruction of the city was happening. However, regardless of the quality of architectural designs and the buildings and the international support, because they also brought, as I said, not just the knowledge about certain things that were built, but also establishing institutions. So one of the institutions was Museum of Contemporary Art, which in 1965 were not that many throughout the world, not to mention in Skopje, which was kind of on the margins of Europe. And then an institute for seismic and earthquake engineering, which was established under the auspices of UNESCO. But in the 90s and let's say, the process of independence of many states and the transformation, change of the societal system, the fall of the socialism, and especially unfortunate development in the Balkan area, but also the birth of these independent nations, there were different processes in place. So the processes that were trying again to depict this idea that this part of Europe is part of Europe, and that can be showcased by certain values and architecture that is in place or it can be built. So nostalgia was happening or showcased as the opposite of the utopias, with the delegitimation of the previous, in this case, this socialist architecture, which was not, of course, socialist, but also a sort of a reconstruction of the future. So in 2009, there was a government that adopted, I cannot say a plan, but promoted a video, which is also quite interesting, for a new project that they call it Skopje 2014. So the idea behind, or the narrative behind this project, was that they have to leave, the citizens have to leave this socialist legacy, and to once again showcase that the city, but also the society, is part of Europe, and that to use the style of choice that eventually created a semantic nightmare. Because unfortunately, I specifically emphasize the fact that it was the government promoted a video, so CGI video. Not it was never an urban plan, and even less were I don't know, architectural documents which were publicly accessible, nor the architects were well known. But this was a completely new city that once again, Per-Johan mentioned this morning, was using this tabula rasa approach. Pretty much similar like all the other previous urban plans that were implemented of Skopje. Each time the new elite, the new political elite is coming, they are implementing. They kind of completely disregard what's already there and implementing a new narrative and new building. So through this project, Skopje 2014, we are definitely leaving the utopia, if we can say so, for the period before. And these multiple erasures actually created the crisis of the utopia. So from open Skopje as an open city after the 1963, being multiple and flexible, network and transitional, including and integrated, now we have excluding and divided, hegemonic and controlled, and unfortunately singular and national, something that unfortunately is emphasized throughout Europe nowadays. So in order to understand now the role of architects within this project, we used, and I'm not going to show you all the diagrams and the research that we did about the networks of people, institutions, and buildings that were put in place and how they affected. But I would just like to say that we used the agent network theory, which is the research method that focuses on connections between entities that have agency. So the agency is really important to understand how this complex situation occur, both human and non-human, and the networks that they form. So this is a research method that was developed by Bruno Latour. Probably most of you know about him. But what I would like to stick is with his idea, how this agent network methodology approach is creating, because it is connecting, it's establishing or depicting the connection between, as I said, human and non-human agency. So also institution as much buildings as much as architects. So he's talking about a gunman, an actor network formed from two separate entities, a man and a gun, which are connected in the third entity, a gunman. So what are the lessons learned from Skopje? So I would suggest that this urban project, or the World City project, is a paradigm of the city, because they incorporate not so much a style, the gesture of an author or the sign of an era, but the succession of contradictions and conflicts that have been accumulated. In other words, they materialize the time of the city, returning it every day to the inhabited space and its possibility for the action and transformation. So by deconstructing the myth of the architect-author, this presentation attempts to showcase the divergence between the mirroring outer work narrative and the change of the real socio-material effects that eventually shape the architectural work and the reality in the cities. So on one hand, the narrative, both contemporary and posthumous, the architect-author, maybe in this case Tange, who thinks out the project in the name of the coherent theory, the metabolism in this case, or the structuralism, to solve the problem, the reconstruction of Skopje, and trigger a virtuous process, the progress deriving from the generative principles of infrastructure, which like an orthopedic device welds together to the shattered city and delivers to the beneficial and organic growth. So on the other hand, the chain of effects. First, a competition that was held in international competition of quite renewed architects with its promises, then all the disappointment phases of its translation into architectural practice. So inevitably, this translation of an original essence of the urban projects seems like a betrayal of the promise of the narrative. So the urban project is precisely this chain of transformations in which each time a swarm of drawings, authorization, contracts, and controversies are assembled in order to achieve a stable effect that allows the transformation of the material space. This is the work of the project itself, whose aim, and not the limitations, is to unlock and to re-establish a situation that has become blocked, continually subjected to difficulties that were not foreseeable. So, put in a position of an idealistic architect, and nowadays it's pretty famous, there is still ongoing pretty famous movie about the brutalist, about the architect. So the idealistic architect, an author that is self-absorbed in his or her ideas, centered around its own project, and on the other hand, the gunman, a new entity of a man and a tool, the architect that has in possession the tools of power. We must embrace the proactive role of the architect who practices the tool of power and influence. Of course, not the gun, but rather the knowledge, expertise, and experience in creating policies and projects for a better world for the communities in need around the world. So this becomes especially important in the time of the horrific war destruction in Ukraine, where hundreds of cities and communities are devastated and turned to ruins, but also in the time of the dramatic influence of the climate change and the energy crisis, fundamentally changing the way that we live and challenging the very basic notion of safety, security, and well-being. In such a challenging moment, for the whole world, we must remember and bring back the ideas of human solidarity, international support, but above all, the importance of the knowledge and experience that architects have, so we can yet again start to build the world cities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ognen. Thank you. So let's continue then with our second speaker. Sorry? No? Our second speakers, Valeria, Federighi, and Walter Patella from WWORKS. I will also give a short introduction about you, but you're more than welcome to join me here on stage. So Dr. Valeria is an architect focusing both practice and research on innovation processes that view design as both a social and a technical object. Valeria has experiences from studies and practice throughout the world, but is currently an assistant professor at Politecnico di Turin in Italy. Then we have Walter, also an architect and a wood carpenter, mostly a wood carpenter, with decades of experiences in construction and site management. Walter studied abroad, but also in Turin and in Paris, and has work experience from Finland and Canada, where you learn traditional woodworking techniques. And together you have your practice, WWORKS, design build, in which you bring together your joint expertise as architect researcher and architect carpenter, and through the design and construction of small-scale architectural objects and research on design as a social process subject to innovation is your collaboration. So we're looking forward to your presentation, and I assume we will change scale from the very urban to the smaller one. But welcome.
Thank you.
There you go. Okay. Oops. Thank you very much, Caroline, for the very thorough introduction. Our talk is titled Extra Small, which is a reference, obviously, to the very famous book by OMA, Small, Medium, Large, Extra Large, where the extra small is clearly not even considered. So we will look at very tiny, as PJ earlier said, objects. Our names are Walter and Valeria. We are two architects who 12 years ago, after a year spent in the US where we got in contact with a lot of design build practices, decided to found together our own design build practice. The objects of our work, of our practice are these: tree houses, saunas, huts, the occasional single-family house. As Caroline was anticipating, we have different areas of interest. So Walter is primarily a carpenter and has a long experience in wooden construction techniques, which he learned in Finland, Canada, northern Italy. And I am primarily a researcher working as assistant professor of architecture and urban design at the Politecnico di Torino. So when we came back from the United States, we wanted to try our hand at design build, which meant to us at the time being able to completely control the whole design and building process. This was, at that very specific time in our lives, our maximum aspiration, you know, from idea to object, without any kind of external interference. One cook in the kitchen. So Walter was somehow this extreme case, a strange, two-faced creature who was able to prefigure a form, to project a form, to anticipate a form, to design a form, as well as build it with his own two hands in complete autonomy. This is, of course, the myth of the cabin or the hut in the woods. Henry David Thoreau built it in Massachusetts. Erskine built it here in Sweden. Le Corbusier built it in southern France. Unabomber built it in Montana. And Walter built it close to Torino. This is something that really captures the imagination. This is Walter featured in a book, in a narrative book by a novelist who met him while he was building the bivouac in the Alps that we will see later on. The part about the money is completely false, but everything else is true. Walter was alone while building the bivouac, and the hut or cabin allows for complete autonomy, and that is the very core of its narrative, you know, of its fascination, of the fascination that that it operates over us. In this sense, the hut or cabin exists as a technical object, in that the person building it and designing it is the bearer of techne, both design as well as construction, and as a material object, in that it is fully, completely tangible. Of course, design documents are also tangible, but here we're talking about wood, something that you touch and you smell, and you bring to the client to see and smell and touch and convince them that it is a wonderful material as well. Design build allows to think in terms of one-to-one scale and immediately bridge the divide between drawing supports and construction phases. This was the first object design built by us or by Walter, a log sauna. And although friends had occasionally helped, this was the full product of our design build practice. There was no client, there was no construction company because we were the construction company. There was no structural engineer because we had probably not even drawn the sauna, really just a sketch, and then immediately transpose it to a material object. Nobody had actually commissioned us to build it. Oops. Yes, sorry. So at this moment, we had a log sauna on our hands, and we really had to ask ourselves, what do we do with it? Because there was really no reason outside of ourselves for the log sauna to exist. What purpose would this object serve? We couldn't leave it in a friend's meadow where we built it for very long. We lived in an apartment, and nobody had commissioned us to build it. And so began its journey. We decided to use this object, super small, not really super well designed, as a showcase and as an object of exchange. So we disassembled it and reassembled it at a construction fair that you can see here. We obtained a little bit of visibility on local media. There was a person from the TV interviewing Walter. There were cabinet makers coming in and asking Walter how this strange magic of interweaving logs actually worked. Thanks to that, to this little bit of visibility, we were contacted by the owner of a hotel chain who bought the sauna for one of its hotels in the mountains. So we disassembled the sauna from the construction fair, and we reassembled it again in the courtyard of this hotel in the mountains, only to find that this hotel owner had not requested the necessary permits. So the police came and had us disassemble the sauna again. And since the log building cannot stay disassembled for too long, otherwise the logs, twist and then they will never get back together again, we had to reassemble it for free in the courtyard of a nature park, where it stayed for the winter. Finally, in the course of the winter, when the log sauna was assembled there just sitting and nobody using it, we promoted the sauna in other ways, and we found two clients who bought it for the private property. So we disassembled it again, put it on the truck again, and reassembled it in their country house, its final destination where it is now, usable.
Yep. Maybe, thank you for having us here. I want to say just a few funny things, because 2 pictures before, when we went to the fair in Turin, very important fair, a lot of people, even cabinet makers, people involved with wood, with construction, with wood construction, they were not trusting us. We just crossed a few logs, because in Turin, this technique is lost, let's say. And so we were almost done with the construction after a few hours, and they were just coming, a group of builders like this, yeah, nice, yeah, etc. But nobody was believing that those logs are just a kind of compenetration, because in Italy there is no more this kind of technique. But we really like it, and so we brought back again, and it was so interesting, reading in the eyes and in the voice the comments about those guys, showing other products, obviously, cabinets, furniture, trusses, but with laminated wood, etc. And another thing, we were just in one corner, so everybody was just watching to us, and everybody was coming inside, and again, they were not trusting us. Okay.
Yeah, some of them even said what the heads of the log are glued onto the rest. Why would you glue them at all?
Because they don't care about the describing techniques, etc., and putting one log above the next one, etc.
So what we understood at the end of this journey, which was a long journey, it took most part of a year, is that as much as you try to make it about one person alone in the woods, design is really and utterly and necessarily a social practice. And it finds its agency at the level of mobility and of exchange of drawings, materials, objects. The sauna is, of course, a technical and a material object, but most importantly, it is a social object. So in this talk, we will present a few stories of practice. These stories do not have a moral, will not allow you to have a higher understanding of the discipline, most probably. And these objects that we will show are most likely not the most beautiful objects that you will see even today, but in the rest of your lives, hopefully. The objective of these stories is to show the mechanisms of production of a physical object from the inside of a practice. So these are not curated narratives of our practice. They are very raw narratives of what happens when you try to design and build a small object. Our practice is very small, so these are the locations of these 5 objects that we will tell the story of.
That's Torino, sorry. The 2 black points are Torino city.
Exactly, that is the city of Torino. These are its surroundings, the mountains, the Alps, as well as the plains. These are just 5 of our projects, but all of our projects can be located within the boundaries of this picture. Okay. So the first story is a bivouac on the Alps. It is situated here in the Olympic Valley, close to Sestriere and to very famous skiing resorts. This is the bivouac in June 2014. And this is the bivouac at the end of the construction process in 2016. The bivouac was built by commission, this time, of an association, of a local association. They wanted to build a bivouac in remembrance of a friend of theirs. And the site chosen was in the mountains at 2,300 meters above sea level. This is a very different project, not very much in terms of scale and material and techniques, because it actually is very similar to the sauna, but in terms of how it was born. It is a super small object, but there were 6 different technicians, architects and engineers working on it. So you can see it's very, very different. This is the main idea. So we took the rigid box of the log construction, which you know works because it has 4 rigid angles, of course, and it is a undeformable box. And we did a stupid thing, of course. So we took out one of the walls, which made it a non-rigid object, a deformable object, and we substituted that wall with a transparent wall that would overlook the valley below.
And our engineer was studying the North Europe and Canadian regulation for making calculation, etc. Everything needed in this kind of building.
Exactly, because in Italy, as Walter was saying, that there is no log building, so there is no regulation about log building. So we had to file a report stating that we had calculated the structure based on the regulations used in Northern Europe as well as in Canada. And this is how the bivouac works. So the 3 log walls match a transparent wall overlooking the valley, and there's a post and beam structure in the middle sustaining the roof. This is the first phase of construction of the bivouac, again in a friend's meadow. So we took the logs from a logging site in the mountains very close to Torino, and we transported them to the construction site.
Yeah, we bought almost 42 logs, more or less 12 tons of material. And we brought in this meadow, we peeled everything by hand with some other carpenters. And we prepared everything. So I was there most of the time alone, but during the weekends, some friends interested were coming. And we remember at the end of September, the structure was almost done. And one day this truck from the municipality came, and the day later, you know, a few people, you know, the policeman, somebody from the commune office, etc. They arrived. They say, "Morning, what's going on here? What are you doing?" So we were kind of shaking. Where is your building permit? Many questions. But at the end, after just explaining everything, the first thing was like. This building is dedicated to somebody who lost the life. But at the end, we were just taking pictures, smiling, and they were so happy. And they said, "Hey, next time you should move this stuff in front of the municipal building," and doing that there, because it was so beautiful. And maybe here in Sweden, you can understand what we were doing, etc. So it was very fun. Go to the next. And then, like we were saying, we put the fourth wall transparent, but the tricky part was, because maybe as you very well know, the walls are going down, are shrinking. Almost one log is losing 1 centimeter per year. And so, like you can see in the drawing, we put some metal parts, and obviously, after 5 years, when the log every year is shrinking, we go to the next picture, please. You can see there. So we were just unscrewing and helping the roof coming down, because the three walls were going down, but the posts, they were not moving. And so with our engineer and with a very good mechanical guys, they prepared this kind of thing, and we installed. So you can see where the transparent wall is standing, it's attaching, and the walls are able to moving. Even another interesting point was on the south side, the wall was drying faster, let's say, and actually the building is a little bit, bending in one side, but we explained everything to engineer. The engineer was there, and he said it's normal because it's so sunny one side, and so the building is a little bit, Okay, thank you.
And this is the second phase of construction. So after disassembling for our friend's meadow, we reassembled it in the square of the village closest to this final destination of the bivouac. And this was, again, a forced move, because we were waiting for the permit from the municipality to be obtained to rebuild this bivouac in a natural park. This was a regional park, so a lot of permits were requested in this sense, as well as the association needed more money to complete the project. So we built it in the square of the village to also have some months for activities of crowdfunding. And this was a collective endeavor. The whole association was involved in the rebuilding of the bivouac in this site.
Even because the snow and the ice were coming, and so we decided all together to put like a temporary position in the village.
This is a bivouac in the village. And then the third phase of construction, finally, in the final destination that you can see there on the map, really close to the village, and the construction of the foundation in concrete, and then the final disassembling from the village square, the transportation, and the reassembling, and
the final vernissage with the priest also.
And these are some images of the bivouac, the transparent wall, of course, with some rigid elements.
Yeah.
The view from the transparent wall to the valley below, the inside of the bivouac, the roof with the system of screws that Walter was describing before, and then the system of screws allowing for the walls to shrink without making the glass facade explode. Yeah. Okay, the second story is a different object. We call it House for a Tree, because it's not really a tree house. It is a house that is intended to actually support an existing tree. This is the location. It is in the plains around Torino. And this is the park. This is a very beautiful park, the private park of a castle. This park was designed in the early 1800s by Xavier Courten, who was one of the landscape architects that catered to the needs of the nobility around Torino, the Savoia family, and all of the other noble families that were building castles in that period around Torino, the famous Corona di Delizie that is spread out around the city. And this is the tree. The tree is an oak that Xavier Courten had placed in the midst of a very large meadow. So this tree has been alone for 150 years in the middle of this enormous space, with some consequences. You can see there in that photograph the first sign of a disease. So this tree, in the course of decades, took a lot of lightnings. It was exposed to atmospheric elements because it was in the middle of this big meadow.
Yeah, the tree was almost 25 meters higher, and the scene from the architect, from the idea, was to see the mountain, the Monviso, which is one of the, it's the most important in Piemonte, the tree, and the other group of 9 plants, which are 50 meters higher. So those 3 important
those ones.
The oak and the mountain. That was the goal about the architect from the castle view.
And this was one of the monumental trees of Piedmont, of a region, which means that it was protected, which means that when it started falling out and its branches began falling off, the owners couldn't do anything about it because it was protected and they were not allowed even to put any support to it. And this is the tree when we got to know it. So it had left all of its branches, and only this very big stump remained in the middle of this meadow. The last branches that had fallen off had left seeds in the ground, so smaller oak trees were beginning to grow around it in a circle, in a sort of circle, and the owner obviously wanted to preserve them. So the brief, the request of the owner was to have something. They really had no idea. They had even looked at those structures that are intended to. They had contacted those agencies that build structures for shuttles, for small shuttles. They wanted just something that could support the tree and help reduce the pace of its decay, because the trees were also eaten at by a fungi, so its rate of decay was increasing. So we started playing with ideas of coverage, different types and forms of easels that could somehow wrap the tree and protect it from the elements. This was the first idea that we proposed to the client. So just a sort of platform with this hat made of wooden shingles that would...
Yeah, we put a tape all around and we measured 6 meters. So it was giant, something amazing for Italy, let's say.
And from this idea, the client said she liked it a lot, but she wanted also to be able to live close to the tree. So to stay, spend the night, go and read a book.
And another detail was, please, she said, I don't like to have concrete, wires, metal parts, etc. Mostly the concrete. She said, I want to protect my tree, but please, if we are not using concrete, I'm very happy. And so...
And also she said, I want to be able to see the tree, because she spent a lot of time on the tree as a kid, so she wanted to be able to see as much of this stump as possible. So this was the next iteration of the project, the one that we eventually built. So a transparent cap over the stump of the tree that would allow for the rain to be kept out, but also the sun to go in and dry the wood, and so possibly reduce the pace of the fungi, and also for the client to be able to see the tree. And this rectangular volume pushing out of the tree that has a transparent wall, a window, looking both to the tree as well as to the landscape and to the mountains on the other side. This is a structural model that we had the same engineer that follows us in these strange experiments to see that this easels-like structure was actually able to stand as well as give some sustenance to the tree stump itself.
Because like everywhere, we have a very strong wind and very strong storms, etc. And so we're not looking to have troubles in the future. So the structure should be very strong. That's why we did all the simulation, etc. Like also about the earthquake. And it's not, there are no drawings, but we put some metal parts in the ground, removable, 7 3 meters long tiny posts, and then we, with some kind of detail, we attached some big metal boots, let's say, and those beams are more or less 10 meters higher than the longest ones. In this way, no concrete, but the wind is not doing anything, at least till now, and the structure is there since 8 years now.
So this is the volume inside as well as the platform below, and the cutting of the tree, which is a very wide stump.
The construction, a bit messy. Sorry about that. But in one day, the truck came at 8 in the morning, and already at 2 o'clock in the afternoon was going away. We were a big group of persons, of people, and we put everything up in a safety way, and then the crane and the truck went away.
Again, during the construction phase, you can see the smaller oak trees are starting to grow.
Yeah, and now are almost, they reached almost the same higher of the mum of the old trunk.
And it's this object is, again, it was very much designed and built at the same time. And you can see that every perspective, it has a slightly different angle. And it's, from this perspective, we like it very much because it's almost aerodynamical. It's almost something that looks about to take off.
Those boards are, we made those from some other oaks that fell on the ground. So we did the boards with a sawmill just to the next village, and we brought the material again in the same property. So the owner was very, very happy to using everything.
And this is the object finished, and I don't think we have a more recent picture, but as Walter was saying, the smaller oaks are now as high as this object, so it's almost swallowed by these green leaves, and it's very nice right now. Okay, the third story is home. It is our own house. It is located in the city of Torino, not really in the historical center. It is in the first belt around the historical center, so still very central, still very much embedded within the urban fabric, the dense fabric of the city of Torino. You can see here, it is right there in the internal part of this block, which has a characteristic of being a bit larger than the usual blocks in Torino. This is the perimeter of the property. And this is a bit of history. These are the photographs that we found from the history of this place, which is a workshop. It was built in 1923, together with the house along the street. And it was intended to be rented out to different types of working people, agencies, etc. So in time, there was a woodworking workshop. There were people sawing up the seats of the cars because we are very close to the what used to be the Lancia factory in Torino. These two kids are our neighbor and his brother in their first day of school, and that is the last activity that was inside this building before we bought it. This is how we found it. So it was a cement courtyard with this one-floor building that was completely open. It was 400 square meters, completely open, with only a very small office and bathroom, which you can see here. So all of that is about 400 meters. The offices were on this smaller part on the right. So what we liked about this building was the sense of openness. Also, there was light coming down from the skylights. So our main idea was to try and maintain this sense of openness, of light and air that was so characteristic of it. So we tried doing as little as possible. You can see the demolitions and the new constructions. We divided it in three. So we had a small studio apartment in the smaller part of the building where we moved and lived for a year while we were working on the rest of the building. The upper part became the larger house, and this part became, was intended to become Walter's workshop, and it is now a co-working space that we rent out desks and workshop space. This is how it was. You can see the open space and the first phases of transformation. So we covered the envelope, we did the insulation, because of course you can imagine that this was not intended to be a comfortable space. So we covered all of the facade as well as the roof.
And floors.
And then we covered it again with a wooden envelope that is not really a technical facade, but it gives shadow to the walls behind in the summer, thus enhancing the comfort of the interior. And this is the final iteration of the design. The main feature that we want to talk about are two. So one is, this is the external curtain, urban curtain on the street. You can see you get in from that door drawn in red. And then the sense that we are glad to have been able to achieve is that you almost enter into another dimension because of the vegetation and the different, the different kind of topography that is inside. I will go a bit quicker. And you can see here different sections at different moments in the building. So what we did, very simply, really, was to add a lot of wood and add a lot of vegetation. So our neighbors saw us pushing wood all the times, and they called it the ranch, the urban ranch, which was the name that stuck with it. And then the object of the rooms for the house. So as I said, we wanted to keep this sense of openness and light and air, but we also needed 2 bedrooms. So what we did was try to attach to the existing structure some volumetric objects that would give the impression that the space was continuing, that the structure was existing, that you could still recognize the existing structure, but at the same time would enclose 2 very private spaces. So this is Walter designing and building at the same time these objects in the space that you can see finished there. So these are very prismatic and volumetric objects that allow the light to come down from above. And this is the main space of the house. You can see those objects are separated, and the light from the skylight comes down both towards the living space as well as towards the corridor behind. And this is the interior of these nests. And the outside of the space. Okay. We don't want more super quickly, or we're done? We're done.
I think, unfortunately, we have to
Okay.
save that for next time. But thank you both so very much.
Thank
and
you,
we
everybody.
maybe can
Thank
come
you.
back to it later. Thank you. So now we actually do have a little break so that you can reflect upon what you have heard and prepare your questions for the discussion. But after the break, we will be back at 2:30. After the break, we have another talk and then we have a discussion. So welcome back. happen. Yes, yes, we are back. Everyone, please come back and have a seat. After the refreshing tea and coffee, we have two last agenda points. I can sense that you are getting full. There's a lot to talk about and we need to process it. But bear with us. We still have a little bit to offer you. So please have a seat. And we have our speakers on stage. Great. I give you a couple of seconds to sit down. But you do move impressively silent, so I think I can actually introduce our speakers while the last ones are sitting down. Are you okay with that, or you do want them to be perfectly still? No.
Okay.
Good. At this point of day, I think we need to move a bit. So, welcome back from a little break. We had two inspiring talks. One on the very urban scale, one on the very small scale. Let's see where we end up now. In the middle. Great. Our third speakers, Benoit Vandenbulcke and Benoit Burquel. They are representing the architectural office AgwA, and you're based in Brussels. And this Benoit is a partner at AgwA and teaches at ULB, University of Brussels, Faculty of Architecture. And the second Benoit is a founding partner at AgwA, and in addition to being a professor at the University of Liège, Faculty of Architecture as well. And the office AgwA mainly addresses projects for the public and for collective entities, focusing on adaptive reuse, complex situations, mixed-use developments, and tight budgets. The office's design anticipate a building's long-term evolution, adapting to changes in use and context at the intersection of spatial disposition and function and clear architecture, emphasizing simple construction materials and structures. Thank you so much for joining us, and please tell us about your work.
Thank you very much. Good day. Thank you very much, Caroline, for this introduction. I don't know if we will be able to say much more, actually. Thank you for having us here, for inviting us to this very diverse and challenging symposium. It's not easy to be the last one. We'll try. The day has been very interesting and dense. We'll try to keep it short while staying sharp. So we are Benoit and Benoit, two of the 5 partners at AgwA. AgwA is an office of about 20 architects in Brussels, and as Caroline was saying, we mainly work on projects for collectivities in existing structures. So transformation resonates in special mode with our practice and with the Belgian context. Not only transformation as the conversion of existing structure for new uses, but also transformation as a renewed engagement with reality, as a way to question the very nature of the architectural project. Today we propose to explore with you 3 projects that have been recently delivered or are still ongoing. These projects will highlight our practice of architecture and shed specific light on the idea of transformations. We'll go through a variety of documents, plans, collage, but also documents and working documents and construction site pictures. More than imposing an overarching discourse, we propose to dive into what we do as architects and how a singular practice of architecture emerge. In these introductory slides, as you may have noticed, a series of plans from Lost Competition alternates with photographs of the context of our projects. We are interested in the construction of a plan, obviously, to find the right place for each element, to build a balance and to create coherence. But we are also interested in the disposition of these plans within their environment, finding a good way to also have an influence on it without mimicry. But we are also constantly confronted with existing situations, with misplaced structures, with unadapted spaces. The sites, their unique settings, possess their own agency. It is then a matter of staying attentive to these surroundings, paying attention as discerningly as possible to the particular situations. In these conditions, underlying definitions or ideal horizons are difficult to put forward without dubs, to claim uncompromisingly. Overarching principles seem secondary, and ideas only exist as they are engaged in matter. Working on existing situations question the ideal, original or final character of a project. In many cases, these structures have already undergone prior adaptation and transformation, and after our intervention, changes will still occur. Recognizing the project as part of that continuum liberates it from its ideal character. In an exhibition that we held at the Center for Fine Arts in Brussels a few years ago, we used the word dispositions as a way to explore our practice and its singular vehicles. Disposition has many meanings in French, but 3 of them are important for us to discuss here, as they have an operational character in the practice of architecture. First, disposition directly refers to spatial arrangement. And architecture is obviously about arranging things in space. It's about mechanics, about geometry, about articulation. Here, plan is the main vector. Second, architecture is also a question of disposition in the sense of being made available. Spaces are given over to uses. Architecture has to accommodate wear and appropriation. But it is maybe the third meaning that we will explore today mainly, as it resonates with the topic of the symposium, but also with the constraints of the Belgian context and the position we explore and build in every project. Disposition is an act. To take disposition, prendre des dispositions in French, is to act with a view to a result, but it could also mean taking care of something. For us, it is about developing a strategy, not a theory, a way of acting strategically while being confronted with a situation, while being part of a situation. Here is an invitation to jump right in the middle of things, acknowledging the messiness and joyful intrusion of reality, but also to reframe constraints not as barriers, but as opportunities to uncover unexpected potentials. Within the economical and contextual restriction, the inadaptation of the existing, the limitation and proliferation of norms.
So let's start with the concrete project now. In 2016, the Carroll School project starts with an emergency. A secondary school is to be set up as soon as possible to answer the lack of place in these 2 districts of the north of Brussels. The project takes place in an industrial site situated in the center of this commune, occupied by a pharmaceutical company. The productive spaces of the company were relocated abroad in the east, and this site became an opportunity. The first project is to set up temporarily the school in a half of the former office building, on the left side. A definitive project would come later. Due to the improbable planning, we had to make arrangements to act precisely. The proposal was to reuse almost all the elements on site, the partition walls, the false ceiling, lighting and heating, as you can see the dismantlement on the pictures. And it's important to say that the building from the 70s veers from facade to facade, making possible to change all these partitions easily to accommodate classes. The resources available on site are full of opportunities. Before demolishing, every element present on the site was considered. They could contribute to define the architecture and the experience of the different spaces. So it's mostly about architecture. First, a complete inventory is needed. Once dismantled, these elements were listed and stored. It is a considerable work which is realized locally and which cannot be relocated elsewhere, what is also very important because people stay working and you are not transporting a lot of material through Europe or through the world. The inadaptation of building creates unexpected generous common spaces. Such wide and bright corridors are hardly feasible in a new project due to the cost effectiveness. And they like to use the corridor as outside space for the classes, for instance. Other elements are necessary, such a second fire staircase and a canopy, because it's raining a lot in Belgium, so we have always canopy in the courtyard of schools. These elements are realized in simple wooden beams. They can be dismantled, moved, or reused in the project that will be developed later. A year later, we had the chance to win the competition for the second phase, the renovation of the second existing wing of the office building and the extension of the school. A long volume follows the surrounding common wall and connects the street with the inner garden, leaving large spaces for the two school playgrounds. I don't know if you see the plan, but in the ground floor, all the commons facilities are located, the administration in the existing building, and then in the new wing, the cafeteria and the sport hall. And then in the other floors, a series of classes are unfolded in the new extension and the existing building. The structural idea of the new extension echoes the one from the existing building. The facades are load-bearing with no intermediate structure. We have extended the structural principle of the existing building into the new construction. This provides long-term flexibility of use. In the classroom of the new wing, the former facades appear as internal elements. These encounters echo the change and histories of the place. The project is not an ultimate state, but should be considered as one in a series of transformation. The only structural intervention in the existing building is the new entrance and the link between the existing buildings and its extension. The new volume creates a dialogue with the existing facade and leads to the new entrance of the school. And that connect also the four wings, or the two wings actually, the four parts of the building with its new staircase. So we dive into the second project linked with the first one. So Angleur, it's in the south of Belgium in Liège. It's not in Brussels, so it's where I'm teaching actually. It's a quite similar project to the one I have just presented. It is the transformation of a school into a school. The building is also similar in terms of construction, with the same system of prefabricated concrete facade element, also load-bearing, but maybe with less distinctive architecture on the outside for us, maybe for other architects too. But inside, we have beautiful wood partition wall. But in this case, the system here is a custom-built system. So the question is how to transform this system on a large scale and within the framework of a public tendering. It's important also to say that all these projects are public projects, so following quite long process too. A short explanation on the project. We propose actually to build a passage on the ground floor. You can see the diagonal on the plan to link the street and the park behind the school, to create a double height in the existing building for a multi-purpose hall. And we propose also the construction of a new volume to accommodate a few extra square meters that were needed. You see the small square in front of the diagonal. And finally, for all the other floors, we propose to reuse all the existing wooden partition walls for the classroom by adapting them to the new forms of utilization. The extension of the project is designed as a dovecote, echoing our work during the COVID, when we were all alone at home. So you can see the model of the extension, and then we had also some canopy as needed. No, you are aware of it. Here a picture of the walkway through the building and a view of the extension from the park side. So once again, it is a question of rearranging the existing elements. But in this case, the difficulty comes from the custom-made elements that have to be carefully adapted. For us, it raised the question of rethinking the way we write a tender document. So normally it's a complete text. And we start describing and document the constructive element of the different part of the building. We start also modifying the written description of elements into a mix of drawing and text. We have built spreadsheets between drawings and text that explain all the intervention on these partition walls. It was a way to simplify the description and to guarantee the feasibility of the project. So you can see the drawing and the description of it, and these are linked. And with the description of 3 cases, we have been able to summarize all the work required on a large number of square meters of partition wall. So we are just building it for the moment. You can see a few pictures. We just start the adaptation of the woodwork. Is a mock-up of a new door into the existing woodwork. It is also important to say that it needs a know-how from the craftsman, and that brings another also for the brick arch, for instance, and that brings another atmosphere on the construction site, because you need people that can. You need exchange with the people who are building. It's not all ready-made thing.
Let's dive into the third project, which is the exhibition palace in Charleroi, Palais d'Exposition, which is located in Charleroi, a city in the south of Belgium. Charleroi is a city that experienced a huge industrial boom linked to coal mining from the 50s until the 70s. And the exhibition hall is built on 3 levels on a slope between the city center that you see here on the right hand side of the picture, and on the other side, the urban infrastructure below in the valley, the ring road and the railway. It is surrounded by a sea of parking. It was built in the 50s in a rather excessive way. It was clearly a showcase of Charleroi industrial know-how. It covers about 60,000 square meters of halls. And on this picture, you see on the backside the slag heaps right in the middle of the city due to coal mining. The whole building has a grandiloquent character. In the center of the building, you have what we call the honor hall, with its slender concrete structure and very nice glass brick domes. In the 50s, the use of concrete was still kind of experimental, and 70 years later, obviously, the concrete has suffered. Here is the honor hall as we discovered it. The central part connects to the halls on the different levels. The colors are identifying the spaces and are somehow charming. Magnificent halls flooded with natural light on the upper levels. The seal structure had huge spans for the time and were kind of an example of Charleroi steel working expertise. Under the roof, a span of about 60 meters. We were told that these were the biggest span in Europe at the time of their construction. It looks large, but in reality it's even larger. This is the same space. We estimated about 10,000 people, so the scale is completely impossible to grasp. In 2015, the city of Charleroi launched an open competition. Architecten Jan de Velde of Interieur at that time proposed to team up. The question was basically to renovate the roof and windows, to create a parking lot in the lower level, and to replace the central part, the honor hall, by a contemporary low-energy building. But the budget was about 400 euro per square meter for the entire building, which is about, at that time in Belgium, a quarter of the usual budget for such a project. So we proposed to create a link between the city, the exhibition halls, and the landscape of the slag heaps by completely opening the honor hall, so demolishing the entire facade on both sides. And so the honor hall becomes a garden on 3 levels, and this garden is kind of the core of the project. This very simple act to transform the space into an outdoor space makes it literally zero energy. The central gardens allow to create 2 distinct wings on both sides, with every time 3 stacked exhibition halls. On one side, here on the right-hand side, the exhibition halls are conditioned, so thermically insulated. And on the other side, we propose to keep the halls unconditioned and to use them for parking. Actually, even if the building was completely surrounded by a sea of parking, the program asked us to create parking spaces inside of the building. So the parking are left unheated, but in the good season, they can be used for exhibitions or fairs. But they also may be reaffected in the coming years. And so conditioned space in the total are reduced to 1/3 of the total surface. It is obviously a pragmatic and economic proposal, but it also offers unexpected spatial qualities. The central garden is an open-air space on 3 levels. There you circulate between the fantastic existing structure, and we just added a mechanical staircase along the facade of the halls to be able to access them and to link them, and extended the 2 staircases of the honor hall to reach the lower level. Except for the new railings and a few structural interventions, that's about it. The opening of the central space creates the frameworks for the following works. It frees the projects from many technical questions and norms. Local questions are then treated in a very pragmatic way. It's about punctual, autonomous intervention. All these additions are handled in a pragmatic way, almost undesigned. This allows for a certain degree of freedom and to have a positive attitude when facing unexpected discovering and changes during the construction. Here, for example, we see the existing slopes running through the building, and in the back, the new staircases in white steel responding to the existing one of the honor hall above. The concrete structure, because it became outside, had to receive the protective paint. And we proposed to maintain the existing colors. Here we see the light and dark green of what was before a tennis club, actually, and above the yellow columns of the honor hall. When there was no color, white was used. All the new addition, like the steel round columns that you see here to be able to put the new staircase, are also white. If it had been an interior space, this would have been completely impossible. Energy, safety, acoustic, all these constraints just suddenly disappeared. In the lower hall of the unconditioned part, or the parking, the slope suddenly reappears in the hall. Few acoustic and technical improvements were done to be able to host outdoor concerts here. Above, the two existing halls welcome parking, but can be easily used for other activities in the good season. It's obviously fantastic to park your car there. On the upper floor, a large opening offers a fantastic view on the city and its industries. The roof of the main hall, of the conditioned part, offer also generous natural light. We just left, because of economical reason, the cranes as they are on site. In the lower part, a completely conditioned black box offers very specific conditions for exhibitions and fairs. The construction site had been underway for about 2 years when a new request came in from the client to integrate a convention center within the exhibition palace, with the aim at completing it and at the same time completing it at the same time as the initial projects. How do you create a project within a project that's already underway? These are drawings that we made during the feasibility study. We started again from the central garden and explored the potentiality within a certain confusion in the client's request. The conference center forms a balcony overlooking the central garden. Its foyer looks out onto the garden and reflects it, as if the new project were also an opportunity to demonstrate the potential of the first. Works were ongoing. Sometimes we had to ask the contractor to stop planned demolition or construction to allow for the new project to be developed. Here you see an image of the large opening of the loggia on the first floor, the intermediate level, that would connect the Congress facility with the central garden. That's a rendering image. And then a few days later, the opening were made on site. This demanded a great deal of flexibility from everyone involved, but it also showed the strength of the project to allow changes to be made during the works and also in the future. Behind the loggia, this almost 100-meter long loggia on the central garden, you have what is the foyer, a new foyer for the Congress Center that is backed by a black box containing the multipurpose rooms for the congresses. And this is the space, a picture of the space as it's finalized. We also propose to extend the scope of this additional budget to be able to make work of the landscape around and through the building. These initial drawings question the link between the existing surrounding and the various entrances. We can already see that the garden is infiltrating everywhere. So here you see just part of the building, the unheated part, and you see the old, what it was called the horseshoe, which was the technical entrance, and above the colonnade, so the main entrance to the honor hall. The parking space between the colonnade and this horseshoe had become obsolete, and the structure were quite damaged by humidity. The roof was completely leaking. So we proposed to demolish this slab so that we could remodel the slopes without evacuation of polluted ground and without import of new ground. The proposal was to create a slag heap landscape with native planting on this very poor soil. You see here the horseshoe with the landscape passing through, and the existing columns that are left as traces of the past. The landscape then flows through the building and the central garden, and the hall through the colonnade appears as autonomous elements within this new landscape. From the tower of the city hall, the central garden appears completely open and links the city center with its infrastructure landscape and the slag heaps behind.
In 2018, we edited a book of construction site picture only. We gave ones to you. Yeah. As a conclusion, some of these pictures will echo here a series of broader reflections on our practice. All these attitudes and material gestures we presented are based on our interest in the act of building, in the act of making, building on site, obviously, but also in the office, creating documents, drawing a plan and developing it, discussing a structure or a constructive detail, building narratives, building a position. In this sense, our discourse on architecture resides in our work, in our practice, on site, but also in the development of a project. We are constantly confronted with the resistance of reality, with its raw surface. For example, drastic changes in the program, a series of misplaced structures, existing materials on site, unadapted norms. It is then a question of being disposed to invite this resistance of things, this resistance of reality in our project, in our practice. We do not think that anticipation is a necessary condition, neither that perfection is a need. This does not mean that we let things go, that we do not care, on the contrary. But we feel that there is a certain energy in the imperfection of the action, and that this imperfection is, in a sense, the expression of an ambition. Thank you for your attention.
Please stay. Thank you so much. Please stay, Benoit, and take a seat on the stage. And I also like to re-invite our previous speakers, Ognen, Valeria, and Walter, to join me upstairs. You choose how you want to sit. Yeah, maybe I take it. Thank you so much for your beautiful presentations and your amazing work. I will definitely invite the audience to ask questions, but I thought that I could have a privilege to maybe ask the first one. Because I think there's a lot to build upon in your presentations. But going back actually to the symposium transformation and the little statement that was written for it, that statement calls for skills and attitudes that architecture can contribute with to societal change. And I think societal change that perhaps go beyond the conventional way of working, or maybe even resisting some of the conventional ways. Can I ask you to perhaps mention one skill or one attitude that you found a little extra inspiring in your respective talk? So one skill or one attitude that you all found interesting in any of the other speakers' talk. I have a long list, so I think there was a lot of them. Yeah. Anyone who would like to start? Am I too difficult? Yes, Valeria, thank you.
Start?
Yes.
Okay. I think at a certain point, Benoit said something like, how do you design or how do you make a project within other projects that are undergoing? And I think that is a super interesting question to make. And this is something that we realize now in our practice. We tend to move away from that, but that is impossible, you know? And that is really the core of the agency of design, because really there are always projects that are undergoing. You cannot imagine to design a project and to work within a steel bubble. You know, you always have to find agency through design within things that are happening and that you have to pull threads from and work within and understand and analyze. So I thought that was super interesting.
What do you see that the project, since you mentioned it, I also noted that one. What do you see that entails to have or to find or to develop a project within a project?
Maybe somehow it's the case when we are working with existing building. Always, no? You have a project already there and you have to deal with, so probably it's our daily work somehow. Yeah. But maybe if I don't remember in the presentation of Ricardo this morning, he was one of the titles was atmosphere heritage or something like that. What is it? What was it? I don't remember. But it was the idea that building they have like there are all the material things that you can reuse and work with, but there are also all the people that were living before and all these things that make also architecture. And we had yesterday a very nice discussion with some students here. Because they start making an inventory of all the elements of the building, and then there were all the architecture elements, windows, columns, and bricks, and then there were a lot of small objects that just stay there in this building that was not anymore used, and part of the history of the building. And I think this kind of way to observe building. It's very important. Generally in architecture, probably also it's the same when you have a landscape and you have to build a new building. It's not only about transformation; it's about how you take time. It was also a question of time, on the time of drawing. Yeah. You redraw also a lot. You were redrawing all this typology of. Around the Baltic Sea, and this time of redrawing, take time of observing. Redrawing is very important. I think it's I think a skill that the student need.
Exactly. So connecting these things. I mean, the project within the project emerges when you also have just actually starting with a project that is already project, the built structure that you have, and all these different things that you encounter, you need to know more about. So they become these spin-off projects, and it sounds really like what we also Valeria brings up, like the iterative design process, where we explore, we have our different moments of research or ideating or even empty moments. But it also in a way, sounds super complicated, right? In my own studies, I've looked at Nantes in France, and that was a project that really had a lot of different projects ongoing at the same time, simultaneously, in a way that it becomes so complex and so complicated. It was complex as well, but it was super complicated. So it almost jammed the machinery. So I'd like to bring in Ognen maybe to that jammed machinery and to think about the relationship between these projects of transformation that are very, maybe we can call them design-driven, and how do you see that being connected to Skopje and I think what you came back to, the need of a master plan. What role would a master plan, or do you see a master plan have in relationship to transformation of a built environment? And maybe also, is it the same master plan as we knew?
If I may reflect on the first question as well. For me, the question of skills of architects has always been related to the education of architects, mainly because of being a professor at the Faculty of Architecture. Of course, there's been constant pressure coming from the industry, and especially from the entrepreneurs, complaining that architects, students of architects, don't have the necessary skills for the profession itself, and also that the education of architects is too robust, too long, too many information, and so on. And I think it's like that because in the very essence of the education of architects is one specific skill, and that's the capacity to adapt, so adaptability. And I would also say the capability to reuse its own knowledge. So being put in a different position, in different skills, different challenges, because you cannot have education of architects through typology. You cannot have, all the different designs of the buildings, all the possible designs. But what you can have is actually this robust knowledge that also has engineering part, has a social part, has a representational part. So many different disciplines merging into itself, preparing young architects to actually confront with the different challenges throughout their professional career, where then they can adapt and then start reusing its knowledge. So I find it very interesting and very confirming this, even the methodology that was mentioned this morning about redrawing what's already there. And through that, learning about the process that the architect or the known or unknown architect, the builder, was going through during the creation of that space or that particular building or that particular city. And what I was trying to refer to your second question, what I was trying to present in my presentation is that actually architects don't have the total control of the projects. And in case even in the biggest names in architecture, like Kenzo Tange, for example, he did his master plan for the city of Skopje, but as I said, the majority of the buildings were basically designed by other architects. And still we can recognize some of the qualities, some of the essential traits and elements of the master plan. So acknowledging this position of an architect that we are not superheroes. We are superheroes, but confronting with all the problems of the world and trying to resolve them. But the best way in doing it is to actually go step by step and implement the knowledge which is inherent to our education, but also to our profession.
Great, thank you. Anyone wants to pick up on that? Yes?
I'm not sure I'm able to do that, but to come back to your idea of skills, and maybe it will resonate. I think one skill that for me is important is to be able to recognize the agency of things and to make work out of it. So, and I mean this in very different ways and moments. It's obviously recognizing the agency of the documents we produce, which are not only representation of idea, but which have an active role, I think, in a process of design. It's also recognizing, obviously, the agency of what is there in its history, in its materiality, but also recognizing, or maybe also in the case of Skopje, of what Benoit was saying before, the agency of all these imaginaries that are embedded in architecture, in a plan, in a city. And obviously also the agency of reality on site. And I think it was quite clear also in your project, Walter and Valeria, about you always have to react. Things are rough. It's the reality is rough. It's dense. It's thick, and obviously your idea will just confront with it, and you can have an active role or just a very how to say to stay in your position, or just to try to enter in a kind of dialogue with this agency of reality.
I'd like to bring in Walter to the conversation, also connected to what you're saying about knowledge and maybe also the documents or to document knowledge. I mean, you have a design-built approach. What role does documents have in your work and in your process? Please.
Go ahead.
Walter doesn't do documents.
That's what I was kind of teasing to get out of him. Is maybe the act of doing your... Could we see that as a document?
I try. But
yeah, please.
Yeah. I mean, I think that the
Maybe
fun part often is that we jump that phase. You know, we go from the very initial phase of concept to the phase of building.
Yeah.
And then we were talking to a student right at the break. And then when you're building something, you can still go back a little bit, but not that much, not as you would be able to do when you're drawing. And so that is something that we have to deal with every time, because when you're starting to build, then you're confronted with a one-to-one document, but object, which you can still modify, but you have to somehow come to terms with, right?
And what happens when the police shows up and asks you about your permit? Is that when you do your drawings and your plans, or...?
Maybe that day we were without the drawings. The drawings were in the office. But like I said, at the end it was fine. But like a friend of us told us years ago, you know, if you have time, the best thing to do is drawing everything, because it's very, very important preparing everything on the paper, on the table. And then when you are outside in the wind and the cold and the sun, you need to do very, very well what to do, and not doing demolition and stuff when the job site is already going on. That's something important. That's why I don't need to say that, but that's why there are a school of architecture, etc. But in Italy, in my short career, I saw many times doing, you know, errors, wrong things, etc. And so it means you are losing money and time. Sometimes, you know, something bad could happen, etc. So it's very important to be very, very focused. Be precise with your career and your ideas, I guess.
Thank you. I think we can open the floor to the audience as well, if there is anyone that already would like to join us. Is there anything we want to ask them, perhaps? There is one, yes. Great. Wait, we have a microphone. I think that is needed for the recording.
Yeah, better. So, about the last project, or was a question for Benoit. So I thought it was also really interesting, the matter of designing and having a project inside of a project. And so I wanted to ask, what was the hardest part when developing a project, when you were guys already developing the Congress part and the project?
I think that was not the difficult part of the job. No, it was a bit. It was quite special, and also I'm not sure it was clear, but we received a budget to do this project, and we convinced the client to use part of this budget to make all the plantation and the surrounding. So because we didn't have enough budget to do all the project, and so we start rethinking all the surrounding during this phase. So it was also for us a very nice opportunity. And as Benoit said in the presentation, we were quite lucky with the contractor, the client, because everybody was open to make this change and to take a bit time. But in this case, it was a very short project. We did it in a very small time.
I think one, as Benoit was saying, we were lucky with the contractor, and I think one maybe unwritten rule that was put on the table at that time was that everything that was demolished or built would be the new existing situation for the new project in a sense. So it was something that was evolving constantly. And within the planning of the contractor, it was always a deal of saying, can you wait a bit before doing this? Because we are still under the process of developing things. What I felt very interesting is the fact that it was not only about making a new project within the project, but it was about also questioning the first project, no? And to say, how can we look at the first project, the very simple idea of opening the central garden, and to in a sense, rethink it, or with new means, or with new program, and how could the new phase of the project reinforce what has been already set up for the first part, I would say.
What you
maybe
really are...
Also the question of what was the difficult part of the work. Probably, I think in all of this adaptive reuse project is when we are doing the tendering, because you never demolished before, so you don't know everything about the building, and you have to anticipating things that you don't know. So that's probably the most complicated part. It's easier when we start the construction side, and it's also easier because I think we like this phase of constructing, and we know that there will be change in the project during the construction time. So. And we are open for it. That's very important. We plan things, and then we can discuss it during the construction, because we are discovering new beams or elements that were not visible.
So you're really integrating some kind of evaluation, continuous evaluation of your work and of a project as well in those processes. But I wanted to ask you how you... When is enough in such a project? Because there can always be more, right? There's always more to explore, or things to maybe transform again. And so when is enough, and when is it?
You want a pragmatic answer?
Yeah, well, I want to know also how you convince your
when
client.
When the budget is over, then it's over.
But what about the client? Is the client happy at that point? I mean, basically, I mean, how do you? Are you setting these projects up differently in terms of how you develop that, social skill together with the contractor and the client, and maybe also the community if you are involving them? What kind of trust is needed here for it to really work?
It's my turn. Okay.
Or you just go by hunch?
No, I think maybe more to... you were saying that you can always add more to such a project. You could also say in the case of Charleroi that you could also say, when is it enough that you took out? That it's less and less in the projects, because the projects were really about dismantling things and understanding how things that were there could be the project in itself. No? But I think the project in Charleroi is also a huge challenge for the city of Charleroi, not only in building it, but also in understanding how this become a new part of the city, because it's a kind of very huge bet to say, okay, this is an open space. Well, it's fenced, but it becomes part of the city, and how will it be used in later? What we see is that surrounding the projects, new projects have appeared, like part of the of the surrounding landscape, we said we will not touch it because it will not be possible in the limits of our projects. And then a new project for a skate park began there. Or they are rethinking also the streets on the lower level to understand how it could work. At the moment, it's a backyard street. It's really the back of. So I think the project is just one step in a much larger dynamic, I would say.
You're really describing something where you have you're creating relationships with a lot of entities, a lot of processes on site, which makes me also curious again with Valeria and Walter. You said that when you presented your first project, you said that the dream or the scope was that the autonomous architect, we will control everything, and you also said that failed. You understood that was really a social project. I'm curious to know what it is that you found. What values did you find in that failure? Because it apparently made you continue to do these projects, the small-scale projects, but with added value and an expanded scope.
Yeah, I wouldn't know how to say exactly what we found and how we used it, but I think retrospectively we understood that we needed to get better at finding the agency and trying to let the project gain traction within the things that were happening around it, which is really not easy, of course. I think this is one of the main skills that architectural students should nurture and should go for. So, for example, in the case of the bivouac, instead of getting from the outside these needs to reconstruct, dismantle, etc., move as it happened in the sauna, we designed it. So we knew that the bivouac was going to be rebuilt in a certain space for the crowdfunding campaign, because there was a need to showcase it and to show it around, to get some money, and then reconstruct it in its final destination. In another project that we didn't get to show because we were too long in speaking, we tried to construct really a collective of actors that would come in the process at different times. Also a very small project for urban furniture, but we really tried to trace the relationship between the actors and try to understand how each actor could come into the process and what kind of agency they would have.
Very inspiring.
There's one question.
We have a question. We have two questions. Great. And I think what you are also now demonstrating is really what Ognen is also talking about: the capacity to adapt, to do that. Yes, we have a question.
All right. Thanks for the lectures. My question is to you guys in AgwA, and returning to sort of the uncertainty of like when in tender and not on the building side, like with that uncertainty, like I know some offices that they try to sort of stay fairly vague on like sort of within the tender phase to save hours so that they can be precise when they actually know sort of what the situation is like, and others who try to describe as thoroughly as possible sort of for the tender phase what the project could be like. How do you treat that uncertainty? Like, do you think that there's one sort of general rule where you try to be precise earlier or later, or do you how do you handle that?
It's a quite difficult balance.
because it's exactly what you are explaining. You have to be on one side very precise, but on the other side you have to keep a bit space for the contractor to find his way of working on the building or with the existing. So it's always like a game, and it's what we show with the project, the second school project, where we start to have all this. We did this kind of spreadsheet when we have for each part of the woodwork, you have a line with every element you have to do or every thing, but not describing everything precisely, but you know almost what you have to do for each part of it. So it's a bit, I think it's a game, it's a balance, it's not so easy. It's a question also probably of it work in Belgium with the contractor we are used to work with, because probably it's a small market and then they know a little bit how it works, and I'm not sure you can do it everywhere like that, and depending also the legislation of the public laws and things like that. But the most important are the person responsible on the site. The client representative is often an architect, because they are a public institution, and also the guy who's, I don't know how you say it in English, the representative of the contractor who is organizing all the construction. If everything works good and the people can talk together, then it's changed completely the work. It's very important, actually, the relation between the people.
So it's also a social project.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. We had another question, right? Yeah, here.
Thank you for some really good talks today. I'm wondering, and it's probably most to you double Benoit, about the regulations of the materials, the documentation demands. How do you get around them? You might have building laws that demand some documentations for reusing materials. That's one of the questions. And the other question is, who takes the risk of the reused material if it's not documented?
Yeah.
Use the Fifth Amendment.
That's it. No, we have a lot of visit of German architects, and it's always very interesting because I don't know, maybe you have an explanation.
No, I think obviously there is always a kind of a gray zone in reuse, no? Where you don't know exactly if you are on one part of the legislation or not. I don't know if I can answer, maybe Benoit can, about materials. But what we find really in transformation projects is that those projects allows for a lot of margins, actually. Maybe it's the case in Belgium. I'm speaking from this context and not generalizing. But we find that, at least in Belgium, construction is very under a lot of norms, no? You have a lot of norms of law, of rules you have to, and fire, acoustics, and things like that. And when you work on existing situations, things always are a bit adaptable because you are working on an existing place, and you cannot just say we have to demolish everything to adapt it as a new building. And we find a lot of margins there, and also a lot of possibilities in terms of architecture, not only of norms. In terms of architecture, also in the fact that we find places, as Benoit was saying, that are not adapted to the new program, so you can use space in another way. But also in terms of norm, fire regulation are slightly easier to discuss when you are in existing situations. But about materials, maybe you can answer a bit more.
I don't know really about norms and regulation. We just did it. And I think the chance we had with the first project, the first school, is that there was this temporarily construction, and it was think to be maybe moved or rebuilt, but it was also a very small budget. It's for all the project with the new wing, we are around €1,000 per square meters. I don't know if but it's very low. And then I think if we had proposed this for the entire project, if the thing is we had two competition with two phases, and so we had the chance to build this first and to try it, and the client tried it, and actually we have very good materials, because all this partition wall from these pharmaceutical offices, they were in very good shape, very good material. All the windows, the doors. If we had asked for these materials in a public tendering, we had price that were not fitting the budget. So it was also a chance, but in terms of norms and things like that, nobody knows. I think we just made it. Yeah, for the fires and everything, it's perfect. So it's fitting the regulation. But yeah, there are, for instance, in the corridor, maybe you saw it in the picture, there are small eating elements, and if you fall on it, it could be dangerous for the children. So all the German people, they are all looking like that. Oh, but you are crazy! It's super dangerous, and okay, but it's like it was like that, and we just keep it. But it's a huge question, and also there is another question raised by this reusing materials. Is for the moment we are always trying to reuse the material that are on site, because you cannot describe materials that you don't know if it will be available 1 year later when you open the tendering. No, then it's a quite a complicated question about reusing things and materials.
Thank you. Question here. Jesper has Max.
Yeah, just a question about transformations, because we are looking at in the last 5-10 years this becoming the sort of both transformation but also reuse becoming the buzzword and the sort of new reality for architects. But at the same time, it's also something that we have done in the past very much. So when you look at a lot of historical buildings, especially the most valuable ones, you see many layers of history, buildings on top of buildings on top of buildings. What aspect would you say is new to the condition we are entering now? Is it the scale of transformation, or is it the way we do it, or is it just the attitude?
Shall we have them all maybe answer that? A short answer from all of you, perhaps. Who would like to start? Ognen.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, of course, policies which are determined by, in this case, European Union, but also on the national level, can fundamentally drive the certain paradigm within the industry, hence the demand and the possibility for the architects to work. But I would say is fundamentally, I don't know if it's new, but something that is emerging more and more is the understanding of architects in interpretation of what's sustainable. So sustainability is basically reusing the existing buildings to start with. And you're absolutely right. There has been already there in the history of architecture and history of cities, and basically the majority of the buildings that are considered to have good architecture have this capacity to embed the different programs and to be changed and to be reused in many different ways. So acknowledging that, and maybe with some more experience in the technical transformation, of course, production of documents, but also having this productive, probably more productive and proactive relationship with the developers and with the clients, especially when they're institution, because norms are there to provide a certain level of comfort and safety. If they serve as a restriction, then we can also, or we should also rely to the judgment of architects. Hence, the responsibility of architects is always present and bigger. Because if you have too strict norms, if it's black and white, you don't need an architect for some things. But if you have this gray zone, that's also an opportunity to design.
Thank you. Valeria and Walter, what do you say? What is significantly or what is different with transformation, contemporary transformation from previous historical periods?
I'm not sure. I mean, maybe it's a banal answer, but I think the narrative, right? I mean, historically, the kind of transformations that you were referring to were done because of need or good sense or advantage. Right now, maybe we do it more for the type of narrative of sustainability and value, because more often than not, I mean, it would be cheaper to build a new than it would be to reuse an existing building. So this opens up this debate from a different perspective, I think. But I don't know if I would talk about newness. I mean, it's really a matter of contingence. You know, we do things like we do because we're in a specific contingent situation, and it's always been like that throughout history. You know, it's the conditions around us and around our actions that really dictate how we react to them.
Thanks. And the Benoit's over.
Allez, Benoit.
I agree with
so do I.
So I completely agree that transformation is not new. It's something that has always been there. It's the discourse that we put on it that maybe has changed a lot in the latest years. What for me is maybe interesting is, and I will repeat myself, I'm sorry, but it's all the opportunities that transformation allows in terms also of questioning ideas of comfort, for example, of expected norms of normalized expectation in a sense, in terms of space, of comfort. What do you do with external unneeded space and things like that? And I think working with the existing is, and with, at least in Belgium, with huge economical constraints, it allows you also to make choices that are shared not only between architects, but also with other actors, which I find very interesting. And in the case of Charleroi, it was quite clear. It was a shared choice to say we bet on this, the potentiality of this space, an outside space within the city that is covered, that is on 3 levels and things like that. But it's a bit also the same of what Benoit was saying about Caravelle, that if we had to do this project in once, obviously the client would have said, but why do I not have a new, brand new school with white painted walls and everything? But what it allows, so obviously, is when the school had used already the first part of the project, then they understood also all the potentialities of these layered aesthetics, in a sense, and what it proposes also for use. So obviously it's a school where you are not afraid of taking in hands the place you have there. So you appropriate it. You have a lot of drawings everywhere. You have I mean, you feel that it's a place where people will just make the space their own, in a sense. So I think, yeah, for me, transformation allows a lot of questioning about those normative or normalized expectations. which is
what
a
kind
lot of freedom and maybe joy also in architecture.
Maybe you are maybe you're pointing towards that transformation is not only about the architecture itself, but it's also a transformation of a change of who we are as architects and how we do things. We are getting close to, or we are at the end of a discussion. I just wanted to also bring up a few things that I heard you during your presentations, but also now, maybe pointing towards some of the things that we didn't have a chance to talk so much about, but perhaps we can do that later, well, when the bar is opening or for the exhibition. And I say this because I think this is really important, and I think that is when you also talked about disposition as the act of caring. Maybe that wasn't your words, but that is what I heard. I also heard Ognen talking about humanities and how architecture needs to be based on humanity, which I find to be very important in these days. And also the work with Valeria and Walter of how even the extra small have a potential to really build social meaning. So with these three, for me, takeaways and a lot of other things, I'd like to thank you so much for your talks and for engaging in this discussion. Thank you, and let's give them applause.
Thank you so much. Fantastic. We're reaching the end of the 2025 edition of Lund Architecture Symposium, and it's been a really full day of lectures and discussions here. I think this last panel was really in-depth drilling into the term transformation. I really appreciate that. I hope you all had an inspiring day. There are many things to take away from these discussions. Just thinking back on the lectures we had, Ricardo talking about the heritage in transformation, that heritage is everything. Everything counts, all different periods, all different materials count, even if we like them or if we don't like them. They are part of the processes. We had Susanne demonstrating this commitment to an idea or a discovery that I found really fascinating, and to explore experimentation as a method in research and practice, to combine research and practice and experimenting, testing on your own kind of living environment things and ideas that I'm taking with me. We have Ognen talking about the transformation through destruction. Like when a city is almost like natural disaster is almost like turning a city into a tabula rasa, and what that means. I mean, the politics, all the difficulties emerging from that, and the political implications in urban transformation, the necessities of policies, and also the weird transformations coming out of this that we must recognize and discuss and talk about. We had Valeria and Walter talking about autonomy, the autonomy of the architect and the discovery of the social contract in the autonomy or next to the autonomy, and how you may interact between these two. Super fascinating. Also the passion and the humor, I think, in your projects was awesome. There's so fantastic ideas that were kind of materialized. And also, I mean, the practice of staying underneath the radar, the gray zones, I think is very important. And then, of course, Benoit, can I call it the kind of radical reuse? The dispositioning of building elements, the rearrangement, and kind of the projects within the projects is very complicated kind of processes. How you really took them on and explore them, super fascinating. There's been a lot said. There are definitely no truths being delivered here today. That's not the idea. I hope that everyone had an inspiring day to continue thinking about transformations in architecture and what that means for our discipline and for our practices. I will just shortly mention 3 specific things that I'm taking with me and really processing myself. First is the urgency of the drawing and the act of making that we've been kind of, I think kind of synthesizes a lot of these presentations. The drawing as a tool and the making as a process of what we're doing as architects and how important that is to continue using these tools for means not only of representing fixed ideas, but also about inventing new ideas through the processes of drawing and making. Also, I think, to me, the merging of practice and research, as we've heard here in several presentations, I think all of you somehow touch upon that. A few of you more explicit than others. But this merging of practice and research is specifically interesting for the department right now when we are establishing a new research track in artistic research in architecture, which will enable us to work with research much closer to the industry and to the practice of architecture, to the process of design. And that is it's really fascinating for me to listen to your presentation in the light of these strategic directions that we are working with, and to listen to your approaches and how important this is for us, I think, to merge research and practice. So that's something that I'm bringing with me. And the third thing I want to mention is, I don't know what to call it, but some kind of skills or mindsets that are, I think, implicit in our discipline as architects. Ognen talked about the capacity to adapt. We heard about, again, the experimentation, the inquiries, the commitment to ideas, to keep on exploring solutions or kind of responses to different challenges through our discipline. And that kind of mindset or that skill, being agile, being open to adapt, but still explore the world through our discipline and our practice, I think is core to architecture. That's what we are, and that's what we should continue to be. So thank you all. Speakers, moderators, audience, guests, sponsors, partners. I hope you have a great day. I hope you will stay for the bar, for the side events, and well, thanks.